Step in the room, it'll mood, it'll wave. Gloss on my lips and my hustle well paid. Silk in my step, got a vibe you can't fake. Sugar and smoke with a hint of heartbreak. Eyes low, truth high. Talk sweet, but I don't lie. Cool breeze, but I burn slow. You ain't team fire in a glow like so. I'm velvet and vices, jazzed up in slices. Trap queen dreams with a saxophone soul. I don't chase, I stroll. Heavy crown like toast. Tune in, sit back, let the story unfold. Lights in the scene set just right. Gold on my skin, catch the glow in the night. Whisper my name, feel
young bad girls do it well. Live faster, young bad girls do it well. Live faster, young bad girls do it well. Live faster, young bad girls do it well. My chain hits my chest when I'm banging on the dashboard. My chain hits my chest when I'm banging on the radio. Get back, get down. Pull me closer if you think you can hang. Hands up, hands high. Don't go screaming if I blow you with a bang. Ah, Suki Suki, I'm coming in the Cherokee gasoline. There's steam on the window screen. Take it. Wheels bouncing like a trampoline. When I get to where I'm going, gonna have you trembling. Live faster, young bad girls do it well. 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 My chain hits my chest when I'm banging on the dashboard. My chain hits my chest when I'm banging on the radio. Yeah, back it. Yeah, pull up to the bumper game, read the signal. Cover me, cause I'm changing how to handle on it. My life, what I broke it. When I get to where I'm going, gonna have you saying it. Live faster, young bad girls do it well. Live faster, young bad girls do it well. Live faster, young bad girls do it well. Live faster, young bad girls do it well.
What up? Welcome to the final FBI of the year. Yay! Whoa. Girl, how you doing? Wait. I think do I have yeah, probably quick. We moving on up just a little bit.
Got our graphics. Listen, I'm doing okay. I'm glad that we are doing this because I have been rolling this year down myself, like in real time. I have been winding down in real time, but emotionally, I've been winding down too. I say, look, I'm tired of a lot of shit, and I ain't taking it in I ain't taking it in 26. Tired. Ain't doing it no more. I tried. 24 came in. I said, I'm gonna give it a go, and now I'm like, no. But I know it's not New Year's Eve or nothing like that, but I have been well into my New Year's resolution. I told you about the mobility issue with me. And so now I got to get into like several deep routines of stretching, and that's helping me. You feel me? But it's helping me get over some of my agitation too, like that emotional stress stuff. But yeah, I'm ready for this to get started next year. I really am.
I mean, you definitely have to be on top of health and wellness. Like for me, I don't believe that you have to wait until New Year's Eve to start making changes or to wrapping things up. Businesses wrap up their fiscal years at any point that they want to. If they started their business in February, that's the end of their fiscal year. If they started their business in August, that's the end of their fiscal year. I think that's an interesting thing that we have glommed onto as a society, and it's pointless. But me too, there's a whole bunch of stuff that just can't go with me. Like I'm in a very different mind space. I very much have more important things to do, and people are crazy. I think this year has been one of the most tumultuous as far as like Black culture is concerned. From social media platforms to real world experience to politics, it's been quite the conundrum and quite the nightmare. What do you think about that?
You know what, I have to agree. Like it seems like every year it's getting worse, but this year definitely has topped. I've seen some things that I've never seen before. It seems like nowadays we're on a different time schedule. BK, AK, meaning before Kirk and after Kirk. It's just been wild. Like as far as like Black people are concerned, we are back on the market in a different way in terms of conversation. Like we stay in the middle of conversation, yet we are not the middle of conversation. Like it's a strange thing. Like we are not the center of the universe, but you would think so. From this cultural conversation about whether or not we're the worst people to like why we should be politically aligned with certain people, like the out of the blue, to what is the definition of Black, and or do you live up to it in terms of not being from America, and something about who's in Nakata. Like I've been seeing too much of that on social media, and then white people, obviously they want to get into the game too. So
Of course they do, but this is the thing, like, and I've been having some interesting debates in my race as a social construct video about people trying to say, no, it's reality. It's not a social construct, it's reality. Like, when people start to understand that this is like a class system and a caste system that has been extrapolated into all of these societal trends and demonizing to kind of keep everybody really separated, I think that's when globally we will start to heal. But also, like, with the Black community, I think this year the Black community needs to wake all the way fully up. Like this year, if you thought you didn't have political power, because there's a lot of Black people that believe Black people don't have political power. You've literally been the conversation of all politics, from DEI to Charlie Kirk to immigration. If they deport y'all, the Black people are next. No, sweetheart, we're not next. If they could have done that, they would have done that at the Emancipation Proclamation. Like, your voices matter, right? During COVID, especially. Facts, Vinay. Your voices matter. And people pandering to your vote, or people telling you that if you think outside of the box and if you really start looking at politics, you're a coon, or you don't belong to the group, you're a tether, you're not FBA, you're not ADOS. Like, where are all these conversations coming from? These conversations, in fact, are meant to make you believe that you are worthless.
Keep you going in a circle and with no real answers. I seen something this morning where people were arguing, like it was some Moorish science people, whatever, and they were arguing about how it's wrong to identify by a lineage as Black people in terms of adults or whatever the case may be. And I'm sitting here like, first of all, this is nobody's business but ours. And the only reason why any of these acronyms, because I'm starting to run out of letters for people, okay? The reason why any of these acronyms exist is to just delineate who we're talking about and who we're not talking about. Like politically, financially, and that's about it. Everybody knows everybody on the planet's genetics touch Africa. Like everybody knows that, but everybody isn't African though. And I don't think people understand that. I've been seeing some of the biggest push. It's this weird conversation where like people on the continent are asking why African Americans don't identify as African. And I grew up knowing that they don't identify with us in no way, shape, form, or fashion. They would say we're not from that continent, we're not from that culture. We never visited there. So why are we even saying that we're African with no citizenship? So that's how it's always been. But this year, I have been seeing more people saying, you guys are trying to call yourselves black and I isolate yourselves like you're not like everybody else. And I'm like, since when have anybody wanted to be Black American, like, or identify with being Black American? I thought we were the scum of the earth, to some people. But like you said, we're in the center of every conversation, and I think we need to recognize that more than anyone else. But that political piece is weird because you can't tell Jason Black that Black people don't have political power in their vote. You can't tell them that. We done changed all sorts of stuff out here. They blame us for the reason why Trump got in there, because we didn't get up and vote. Like, I didn't think our vote mattered. Like, I mean, so some of them would say we don't have the numbers. Clearly, we got more than numbers, because the Black male vote is, they're saying, the one that really did it, and they vote less than Black women. So I say, wow, like, we seem to be in politics, but not really. Like, not really.
Well, see, this is the thing. When it comes right down to it, Black people are the swing vote, right? When we start looking at numbers of groups of, races or whatever y'all want to call that bullshit, Black people are just the right percent to swing a vote from one way to another, which is why the Democrats consistently pander to Black people. Because if Black people secure the black vote, they have a sounder footing, which is why these states that switched from red to blue were so important this year in politics. Even in the midterms, they're like, wait, this state was red, now it's blue. This state was blue, now it's red. Because of the electoral college. Like, they're not even, and I want y'all to really understand something about this electoral college. If you're Black, and you don't live in an urbanized community, and you don't live in one of the heavily weighted states on the electoral college, they don't really care about your vote. They only really care about the big ticket states. That's it. Hey, YouTube Unfolded. So, hey, Uncle Tom, hey, Vinay. Okay, I think I said hi to y'all already, but I just wanted to say hi again. They don't care. So this year, they've really put it to the forefront. They have really given everybody a elementary course in civil government, civics, and economics, if you were paying attention and if you were watching closely. And as far as political power and voices go, political power and voices speak to influence.
Yeah.
The fact that you guys got Trump to release the full Epstein files, why you guys want to see that disturbing footage is beyond me anyway. A lot of you on social media, you creators that want to create content, you can't, because that content is being removed and being suppressed in the algorithm unless you have certain licensure from the FCC. They're not going to let that fly for you. And it's not, hey, baby, and it's not really giving what y'all thought it was going to give. And when people are having the conversations of, okay, yeah, we understand that y'all hate Trump, right? You want to find Trump in the documentation. You want to take him down. It's selective outrage because y'all don't want to take down the Bill Clintons. You don't want to take down the Chris Tuckers. You don't want to take down the Gladys Knights. Hey, you don't want to take down any of the other celebrities that y'all are seeing in inappropriate situations. Trump deleted files where it was him. Okay, we can deal with that as well, but let's deal with what is in front of your face.
I think you make a great point there as far as like selective outrage. But I'll be honest with you, for the reasons why we see Trump, right, is the reasons why we see other people. So, like you said, like if you see some of your favorite actors, some of your favorite politicians, some of your favorite monarchs up in there, what now are you satisfied? Because the Clintons are going to be the Clintons. Honestly, if we came out and found out that, Bill was of a different persuasion and Hillary wasn't even Hillary, who would be surprised at this point? I know I wouldn't, but I wouldn't. I've seen a lot, but for what I have seen that has came out of that whole thing, I'll be honest with you, it was unfortunate that it was that big of a ring for such horrible things, and they had all this code language. And it's like anybody who live in the hood, okay, know about what we call people that, let's just say police officers that think they're undercover, but it's clear they're not. Like they come with regular clothes on, but you can just smell police on them. Like that's what I seen there. And I was like, you know what, it's just unfortunate that was a whole conspiracy, but there was no conspiracy charge. It was just one man and his wife for supporting them or whatever. Like, okay, but I don't think anybody's gonna get Trump on anything, no more than they're gonna get anybody else on that island for anything. But I will say this about Trump, right? I wish he would stop talking so much, because in the very beginning, and he forget, nothing can be forgotten on the internet. In the very beginning, he was saying that he said I feel sorry or something for Bill because he's been on that island. And it's unfortunate. I remember him saying that, but he didn't say he's been on that island and did anything. He just said he's been on that island. And then we come to find out, yeah, Bill been on that island quite a lot. And so have you. So why are you pointing at Bill so hard? It makes me think you pointing one finger at Bill, but more is pointing back at you. But see, this is not the place for politics. If you're going to be a sitting president, you're going to have to learn to shut the fuck up. And I just wish that in 2026, our president would shut the fuck up. Like, just, I don't care what he do. Just stop talking so much. You don't have to say every single thing that comes to your thought process. Nobody is saying you're less of a president because you don't spew every thought that you have and every opinion that you got. That's one criticism I have on him, because, again, celebrities do stuff like, swingers parties all the time. I get that. But what we're talking about is something that is much more atrocious. And the fact that everybody's so close to it, now I got to look at Chris differently, because his ass was up there looking like, why are you taking pictures? Nigga, I thought you liked taking pictures. But okay. I just, now I got to question everything and everybody.
But see, this speaks to the dark underbelly of America, of American celebrity, of the top 1%, because we're not going to forget about Pizzagate as well. Now that came out, Pizzagate, it would just leave it there. Those of you, if you know, you know. That came out a couple years before the whole island, right? And they really suppressed the hell out of that. If you look up that term, you'll be hard pressed to find any of the images, any of the news reports, any of the journalism that was done in regards to that. And a lot of people were connected as well. There is, I don't want to let y'all know everything I know, but there is this occult society that is doing a lot of rituals here. A lot of stem cells, a lot of these missing children. How is it that these children go missing all the time and they never turn up? They don't turn up alive as adult human beings. Their bones don't turn up anywhere for a DNA match. Y'all better have your eyes wide open. What's up, TMK? Y'all better have your eyes wide open. Like, there's a lot of people that participate in bad behavior daily. Y'all better start keeping your ears open to what the conversations are. People trying to move the age of consent probably have already dipped below it. People that have unrealistic expectations for relationship parameters and what people should or shouldn't be in this modern society. Shout out to modernity. You should really start looking at who they are and what they encompass. My child is on my tablet, y'all, and I'll get phone calls. Whoever's calling me, stop calling me. I don't care. Tell Dylan. But it's a lot of stuff that's going on. But we don't want to get too deep into that. Now, this year, what was it this year? I don't know if it was this year, but in fairly recent history, we have found out that Black DNA has broken science. Did you know that?
I heard, but I didn't know exactly what was going on. But I heard something was breaching.
Yeah, hold on. I want to share it with you. No, yeah, this was about a good 3 months ago. We're gonna look just at a little bit of it, and we're gonna talk. And in our last episode for FBI of the year, we're gonna look at some things. We're gonna discuss some things, and it's no holds bar. We may even drop the link today. We have been really good all year, like really good. Okay,
Yeah.
and today we're addressing racism again, politics, the manosphere, the sisterhood of the traveling coochies, because they're selling coochie. Okay. And we're gonna end with a little bit of positivity. What's up, April? But we gotta talk about all of this shit. Like, let me be honest with y'all. I am sick to death. Me, she, her, me. Sick to death of these forever long panels talking about absolutely nothing that is going absolutely nowhere. It is literally the same conversation every day. It's like we are living in Groundhog's Day. Niggas go to sleep, wake up, and then you said, and then I said, and then you said, and then y'all pick up the conversation every day exactly where you left it off. And it doesn't matter if you're a man, if you're a woman, if you're white, brown, red, yellow, green. I don't give a shit. It's very few content creators that are coming out here, even like reacting to things and giving a thought out counter argument or presentation. And I'm also tired of seeing reviews of a review.
Yeah.
If you were in the conversation, one review maybe to just get your points out that you didn't get. And I don't even think you need the video to be up to prompt you to speak. You should watch it playback, you should take your notes, and you should give the content creator or that video the chance to really breathe like a good Cabernet.
Mm-hmm.
Because y'all are diminishing your own brands with this foolishness. But then when you have the person that's reviewing the video that was originally done and is then being reviewed by the person that they was arguing against, it's like we're in an infinity loop.
Yeah. But see, that goes back to the content, like the literal content. And it's like, oh, are you doing content where is it review content? Because there is channels like that where they just review other content, but that is their content. But if you are trying to have a channel and all you do is talk about people that are talking about you reviewing their review of a fit, and it's like I don't watch content like that. When I see that, first of all, I don't click on it to click off. And if it keeps coming into my algorithm, I'll put, do not suggest or whatever. But I don't entertain that because I'm a human being that has a mind that needs entertainment, and it needs to be busy. Like when I, invest in television. So I do not want to see content like that. Actually, my algorithm is a lot different nowadays because I just don't tune into the foolishness for real. Like sometimes certain content creators, I know them personally. I will go over to their channel sometimes if I see like a little notification and I'll look, but honestly, I do not watch without naming names. There's too many content creators that keep on just rolling around in the same dick and pussy conversations. And it's like, how many times are you going to ask women about women's nature? How many times are you going to talk about women can be hypergamous? How many times are you going to talk about the fact that women have power that men don't have? How many times are you going to talk about just dating dynamics? Like, how many times are you going to talk about women aging out of the game? So are men. How many times are we going to talk about that? Like, can we get something different in the next coming year? Like, some people, I get it. You want to go with what seems to be strongest in terms of conversation, right? And you want your channel to grow. But do you want your channel to grow based on what you do? Or do you want your channel to grow based on whatever's popular? Because next year, relationship talk might not be as popular. And I remember telling a couple people that, like, don't base your content on conversations that are popular. Base your content on what you are talking about, what your channel is about. Like, don't do that. I mean, I know for me, like I'm still building mine little by little, but I don't spend a whole lot of time like adding content to even my pages. Like I do it when I feel inspired to, and people get content from me that I put together earnestly. But all this reaction and constant conversations about things that obviously I don't know anything about, like if it were more people having like roundtable conversations about things that they currently are involved in, I could get with it. You see what I'm saying? Like if you were talking about, even if it's dick and pussy conversations, if everybody at the table is in a relationship and they're talking from the standpoint of their relationship or their marriage or their divorce, even, I could get that. But like the way it is right now, nobody is talking about anything that got to do with them. You got pick Mishas that are cheating on their husbands, talking about morality. You got people who haven't been in relationships since 97 talking about how to date. You are talking to people who can't get a date, telling you how to get the best of women. Like, you know, you got people who have not made six figures for a whole 2 years telling y'all how to be high value anything. Like it's strange to me. Like people who are not successful giving all their advice on how to be successful. Like this is the worst part. This is the worst part in history. And I'm be honest, I'm not a Christian. I don't, you know what I mean? I don't subscribe to any particular religion, but I have read in Revelations or in the New Testament somewhere where it's gonna be like an upside down world, like everything gonna be upside down, so to speak. And I'm feeling like this is where we're at right now. And if that's how the world was back then, we are definitely back there or never left, one of the two. Because I find myself not tuning into social media as much because it's just getting boring, like obsessively boring. I've been watching more movies like that interest me, more just actual content, because I don't know, like I just can't do it. My brain can't do it. I'm just not that type. I'll try for a little bit, but I got my tolerance for the bullshit.
Look, you see my year review on YouTube, and you see none of the Fool Allah was part of any of my top anything on YouTube. Like, I really can't be bothered. Like, you have women that bother other women. Now they've jostled themselves into positions on these platforms. Now they're getting bullied. They're crying all over the place. You have men like Austin Holloman going overseas because they needed to be passport bros because women were of no value here in the United States of America. And now they lie about they don't let you out. All type of weird ass allegations, even overseas, which means that's the same behavior they were exhibiting in the United States. I believe Brazil has put a lockdown. People coming into their country. Like, we have sat here and watched these talking points and these conversations have negative real world effects. But hit that Cash App, hit that super chat. But no, seriously though, for real content, you guys, y'all can hit the Cash App $ Butterfly Progressive. You can support this video with the super chat. If you're watching it live, if you're catching the replay, you can hit a super thanks. You can also double tap the screen and hype the video if you can. Let's get it popping. Hey, Dr. Steele. But you know, we're gonna get into today too also some history on the court system and divorces, on how people are sitting here and they are so undereducated, right? One thing about being a content creator, one thing about marketing and business is you have to be well versed in what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And then you have to be able to add an emotional slant to it in order to sell it to the audience. But people have forgotten and neglected the emotional aspect of it and just sold you a bunch of emotional bullshit. Hey, Riaz, hey, Almanaz. And yeah, the quality is trash. And this is why they rely on super chats and cash apps, because in the business, show business, the goal is to get sponsorships and corporate advertising.
That's the goal. Yeah.
And all you content creators, please be sure to go to your YouTube Creator Studio. In your YouTube Creator Studio, you have a brand kit for media. You can set price points. for what you will allow advertisers to advertise on your channel for. And you can start looking at your demographics. Happy birthday, Riaz. You can start looking at your demographics. What are your best times to go live? Who is your core audience? Who else is your audience watching? Is that in alignment with you? Do you want to change that? And I'm going to tell you from personal experience, if you want to change who your core audience is, you have to break away from everything that they're doing. Otherwise, YouTube is going to keep you in that algorithm. And 9 times out of 10, if you are not growing, it's because of whoever else your audience watches.
You're competing with. Yeah.
Yeah. Not even competing with, it's the quality of that content. Go ahead and go through and look at every single channel that your audience watches. Look at their numbers. Look at their subscriber count. Look at their trajectory. And then you'll understand where you're failing in the algorithm. Shout out to Supreme as well, because Supreme View just completely crashed the channel. He said, oh no, this is not going how I want it to go. It's associated to too many things that I don't want it to be associated to. So he burned it. Started all over again. Monetized channel. That's another thing. That's how you know who's real ones and who really has content and who's just hanging on. Sometimes you gotta walk away.
You gotta clean sweep that house. And listen, even with me, I decided that this year I was gonna focus where I wanted to focus as far as like my content was concerned. And I have not done that, what you said about watching other content creators, because I've been focused on making sure that my content was somewhat different, or at least authentically from me. And so now I will say this, I have been watching the algorithm, because when I would put the Love Experience in, Raheem Devon would always come up, and he would be saturating the market, right, with that name. And people had to scroll for like 60 days to find me, right? And so I was like, at first I was kind of bummed about that. But then like I went to do it again, and I realized that I think I was like number 2 right after him now in that. Yeah, like in the search, I was like number 2. And I was like, oh, shucks. Okay. After about 2.5 years, it's working.
Now, for you, it's because you be doing the least. If you...
That is true. I listen, I don't do much. And I tell my audience that. I tell them, don't expect much from me.
And no, it's not. And that's another thing, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we are in vertical and we're in horizontal today, just to give more reach. With this, I'm doing an experiment with vertical and horizontal. I'm going to be honest with y'all. I think that StreamYard's making Mars a part of their platform has been of detriment to content creators, because I've been peeping the play on a lot of content creators' channels. When they're dual streaming, they are splitting their audience, and they are not necessarily getting the same views as they were getting when vertical was exclusive to YouTube. Even me, sometimes when I do vertical streams, if I go vertical straight through the YouTube platform as opposed to using StreamYard, there is a different output. You know what I'm saying? So there's that, ladies and gentlemen. Pay attention. Again, you don't have to be, super scientist with it like me and be an asshole and have
you shoot a boy, nigga, we don't care who you shot. Nigga, we talking money, very rich nigga. Nigga, we don't care who you got. I got 6 niggas, dead hit niggas. Boy, I don't give a fuck. Especially when I'm lit, nigga, real shit, nigga.
Thank you very much. Vanessa says, I recently heard that Passport Bros was secretly about child, you know what? But y'all stay true, sis. Yes. Thank you. Yes, but this is the thing, like, y'all just gotta pay attention. You gotta pay attention. You gotta watch. You better watch. Now, that's one good thing Madea told y'all. You know what? Before we start getting into the more serious content, what did y'all think when Madea got pulled up on another case?
What?
Yes, that happened this year too, honey. Madea got another case with a suavemente desame corn.
I don't know, yeah. See, I missed all of that because I was in the bed sleep. I missed all of that. I was asleep like hell. I missed it. You gonna have to bring me up to speed
Hey,
on
boy,
that.
you shoot a boy, nigga, we don't care who you shot. Nigga, we talking money, around rich niggas. Nigga, we don't care what you got. Bitch, I got 6 niggas, dead hit niggas. Boy,
I'm
I
gonna be
don't
a
give
one-girl
a
woman
fuck.
too. Like they
You
Thank you. I have to figure out how to turn that volume down, y'all. I promise you, sometimes when I'm up here giving commentary and y'all send me a super chat or a cash app, it comes on in the headsets, right? So I know y'all be over here because I be trying not to do my little, you know, my 1-2 bop or whatever. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate you. Hey, John. Listen, yes, there is a Spanish man out here claiming all type of stuff on Tyler Perry. Like,
Spanish man.
yes, that's why they meant that. Yes. He's not
Young looking Spanish guy with like pecs and shit.
yes, not who's that rabbit Anton. That's 50. It's 50.
That's not Anton. What are you doing? Oh my god.
Yeah, it gets to be really, really crazy out here. And once the allegations start, once that band-aid is ripped off, they don't stop. So that's another thing that I find interesting, you know, taking it back to Trump just for one moment. He doesn't have a whole bunch of allegations, even though he said he gonna grab you by the coochie. So there is that, but we gonna see. Listen, I'm not for anybody. Okay, as long as things are going along smoothly, I'm gonna watch. But I don't underestimate anybody from doing anything. But let's start with the DNA thing, child, because we here. If me and Logan just talk, honey,
hey, we
gonna
slow roll that joint.
So we're gonna watch just a little bit of this. Y'all know this lady. She been telling y'all that y'all out here lying about racial situations. But
The reason there are white people is because black people came here first, and they faded as they moved farther and farther north from the equator. Their melanin faded, so that their skin, their hair, and their eyes got lighter. Their brains didn't get smaller, but their skin, their hair, and their eyes got lighter. That's the only reason you children can call yourselves white. And you aren't white. We are all shades of brown.
The scientific community.
what she said?
We
What
ain't
she
white.
said?
We ain't white.
Now, you know, that's what the white people say. Because when my good and sciencey self get up here and telling y'all about some science, you know, outside of the science you've been primarily taught at school, the science that is advanced science that you have to go to college for on a collegiate level, anthropology, sociology, anthropological biology. Like there's so much. There's so much. I don't know what I'm talking about. Let's continue.
Is in deep shock because black DNA has broken the science. It was kept a secret until now, hidden quite well. But now we know about the DNA test that has changed everything. In 2013, a quiet DNA test from a black man in South Carolina detonated like a scientific bomb. His name was Albert Perry. No one in his family could have imagined that when his blood was drawn, it would shake the foundation of human history. What researchers found wasn't just unusual, it was impossible. His Y chromosome didn't belong to the known human story. It was older than the first man, older than the bones that built anthropology's sacred timeline, older even than the definition of Homo sapiens itself. One geneticist confessed they didn't even realize it was human at first. Another admitted they had no idea such a lineage could exist. Imagine that, a man living in the 21st century carrying DNA that science had no category for. If the textbooks are to be believed, Perry's lineage should not have survived, yet there it was, alive and thriving.
Now, what are you thinking about that, Pedro?
I feel like it opens up a different conversation about human history and human migration. You know, because you have the out of Africa theory. And it's just a theory based on things, but there are some anomalies that people have argued against that. But his genetics, one would think, right, that being African American, like his genetics go back to Africa per se, but his genetics doesn't necessarily go back to Africa. His genetics go back to what they're saying beyond the time of the first hominids, the first humans like us genetically. It's beyond that. And so we don't have no direct genetic connection to things that are not human per se. We have the theory of the evolving of it, but in his case, what his genetics is saying is his people were here long before the scientists said that the first humans evolved. His people were here, and so that obviously throws science and history on its face. And now we got to pick it up somehow. So I don't know exactly what the outcome going to be, but it does open up a really huge conversation as far as like the scientific community is concerned.
Right, because what this actually states is that what they believe to be the oldest bones, like Lucy, they're already talking about that mitochondrial gene that only, it comes to the Black woman and whatever. Like they try to make it just, but it speaks to that vein of Scientology, right? Because looking at this Y chromosome on the phylogenetic tree, it lets you know humanity exists further along in history. Now, this doesn't just affect the scientific community, ladies and gentlemen. This also affects the theological community as well. This also affects sociology as well, because now we're talking about humanity predating what you've been told exists, and you've been told that religious texts are simply just a fairy tale. Is it a fairy tale? When we really start to get into it and do the deep dives, and now we're starting to see maybe Nephilim do exist. Because there was a story I was like, that's another thing. I usually like to stick to things that I can verify with scientific data, because this is not about my beliefs. This is about things you can research yourself, look it up, get into it, and then if you want to debate me, go ahead and send me an email. We can talk about it. But, let's listen to a few more minutes, because child.
And the terrifying question that followed was simple. Had we been lied to about the true origin of humanity? In this video, let's reveal the radioactive truth.
The Black History Archives.
Albert Perry never imagined that his blood would rupture the foundations of human history. He wasn't a scientist or an academic looking to publish a groundbreaking paper. He was an ordinary African-American man from South Carolina, recently deceased, when his relatives submitted his DNA to a genealogy company that were looking for family connections, maybe clues about their origins, before the chaos of slavery erased the records. What they received instead was not an answer, but assessment question mark. When Family Tree DNA processed Perry's sample, their analysts tried to place him on the Y chromosome tree, the chart that scientists believed accounted for every male lineage on Earth. For decades, geneticists thought they had this tree pinned down. All men alive today, they claimed, traced their Y chromosome to a single man who lived about 200,000 years ago in Africa, nicknamed Y chromosome Adam.
Let's see, the mitochondrial Eve gene, right? He's younger than the mitochondrial Eve gene, but provides more detail on human migration. Now, I've had this conversation before when I told people about the Exodus, right? And human beings really traveling when all of the continents were connected as one. Oh no, well, you don't know what you're talking about. The Pangea separate everything. Oh, well, maybe I do know what I'm talking about. And I just let people talk, because a lot of times people are headachy. Like, they are so firm on what they believe, they're not actually open to exploring or learning new ideas, right? New theories, being educated to new levels. Now, this Y chromosome is, again, that's the one that they had as the oldest. Now, when we're looking at African, or this man's DNA, which predates Adam by 140,000 years, there had to be some human beings somewhere. They had to exist. You cannot dispute the science, right? But you guys, this is like, I feel like this is one of those things where they try to bury it. It's another reason why or they want to say there's a delineation in the races, if this is the original race, an absence of melanin is a genetic anomaly. As Jane Goodall said, y'all not white. White doesn't exist. We are all a part of the human race. Your melanin is just on a spectrum. But let's continue.
Well, it's
Every
funny.
male
It's funny.
lineage.
Oh, I was gonna say it's funny because they say that Neanderthals, right, have a higher genetic connection to quote unquote white people or white Europeans, whereas they don't have that genetic connection to your more Negroid type peoples. However, recent studies have shown that Neanderthals were in fact dark-skinned people. And they were anatomically just like us, but they were dark skinned. So one has to question if there are a higher percentage of Neanderthal DNA, if not only percentage within European people, and that those people, Neanderthals, were in fact not white. We're still at the same question of, ma'am, sir, whoever you are, if you're calling yourself white, how can you be white if you're even if you don't even consider Africa your earliest ancestor, the Neanderthals, were in fact of color? How did you get not of color when they are of color and they are not African? Like they don't have any genetic tie to Africa that we know of right now. So how did you get white? And see, the thing is, just like the first lady that you showed, she said that it's a science that the further you are away from the sun, the more translucent, the more less brown your skin is. That's kind of natural science. But even amongst white people, like they come in all sorts of different hues. Like, and it's like their eye colors are different based on where they are genetically. Their hair is different. Like the more you get towards the equator, the darker their hair is. Like their undertone skin gets different. You see what I'm saying? The closer you get, and I'm talking about amongst white people, not even black people. So this idea of, well, race being strictly, well, one thing or the other, like I think that life is too messy, too gray to kind of split it like that, like just to split it. And even with, let's say, most African Americans, right? You can't be African American if you just 100% African. There's no such thing as an African American that don't have nothing else in them. However, amongst African Americans, we have a certain level of European DNA that has a certain level of Neanderthal DNA, and they have found that. So it's like, if I'm not mistaken, Neanderthals go back more than, I don't think they go back 3 million years, but I think they go back pretty far. But if his DNA is going back, that's kind of touching on that time where, modern human beings didn't exist, because we only came into existence 250,000 years ago. Like that, now we have a problem. Because this man's genetics is saying, no, it was people like him before humans were humans. Now, is he human? Yes or no? This is what I'm saying. So that's why every time I take a theory, I take it with a grain of salt, because a lot of times people would like to say, like you say, that there was no people elsewhere in the world except for in Africa when these continents split. And that doesn't make any sense. Like if beings like us was all over the planet because it was one continent, and one continent had tropical areas and deserts and so on and so forth, it would stand to reason that when it started shifting, sort of like the Madagascar, those lemurs, where the same species of lemur is in Madagascar as is in India, and there's no connection between the two, but they're the same species and they did not migrate there like somebody brought one and then they did that. No, that means that landmass was once together and it split, and both those species was on both sides of whatever that island was that split. So that's essentially what happened to the world. And I think part of the reason why they don't want to accept that, melanated people, heavily melanated people, was all over this planet and not just concentrated in Africa, is because there's this idea that where the colonialists go, they own, because they were the first ones there. That's really what this is about. That story that they keep telling themselves about the past so that they can justify the now. And that's not true. Like I swear to goodness, like I heard some people talking about all these treaties and shit like that. And it's like, sir, nobody owns the moon. But I'm sure there's a treaty about who owns it. But nobody owns the moon. Nobody owns the planet. But there's plenty treaties that talk about somebody's ownership of land. At the end of the day, our people was all over the place, and the transatlantic slave trade was something that happened rather late on the time scale. So I that's why I admit that our admixture does have something to do with Africa, but we're not just from Africa. That's not true. Even white people can't claim that they're just from Europe, not with their DNA saying otherwise.
Well, this is the thing, like, and I want to talk about that really quickly. But I also want to answer Billy's question. So, can the so-called white South African move to the U.S. and be an African American?
Yeah,
they are African American. If they have citizenship in Africa and they have citizenship in America, they are African American. Now, Renee asked a great question. She said, "Do y'all believe that Africans have the most concentrated O blood type? It's supposedly universal." And I put a poll in the chat, and I'm actually going to put a poll in the other chat as well about blood typing. What is your blood type? I'm going to tell you. Me and my children. We are all O, negative and positive. No, I think I'm negative because I never had to get that. No. Either way, positive or negative. Well, we do have the O blood typing. Now, this is the thing about what's the one that can only take their own blood? I think O negative can only take O negative blood. So yeah, I'm O negative. I think that blood typing is very intriguing, and it speaks to what I spoke about the other day. When people are like, race is biological, right? It's the actual separation. I can give blood to any race of people.
Mm-hmm.
So if it was a genetic barrier, that wouldn't be the case. I think a lot of people have their thoughts on what race is, and they don't really understand the science. And science can be a pretty heavy topic. Nobody actually wants to take the time to do research and fully understand. Okay, you don't think you're from Africa either? You're probably not. But there's a lot of people that are here in America that are native to the land. Yeah. If y'all believe that all these people were brought here on boats, really think about this, okay? All you got to do is watch movies like A Perfect Storm, right? I think that's a perfect example of it. Or actually go on a cruise, or actually like look at NASA and the satellite coverage of the back half of the globe, right? Because they show you the front part that looks all cute when everything's all together. But on NASA, their pictures show a great expanse of ocean, that they would have had to cross to come here to America. If you guys are not, familiar with nautical terms and nautical inferences, the ocean is the worst place in the world. This is why them cruise ships y'all go on. Ain't nobody going around the world on a cruise for real. Not like that. Okay? Because the undercurrents, the rip times, and the way wind travels across water when there are no barriers. It's quite devastating, which is why that tsunami took out a lot in Japan that happened a few years ago. That's why when the tides were shifting around, all that water got pulled from the Caribbean a couple of years ago. The ocean is not a joke. And in modern times, people are having issues navigating ocean and nautical travel. So you mean to tell me all the way back, they traveled the ocean blue in 1772 with ships that were made of wood planking and
I don't think they've watched there's these videos that you can watch of those heavy ships that be on the ocean and stuff, and you can see how them waves is and how them waves be plowing into all that steel, and how them waves be breaking that steel sometimes. And I be like, but honestly, right, I can see at certain times of the year a slave trade between West Africa and Brazil because it's a real short distance. But like they said, only about up to 4% of the slave trade even reached North America. So there was some of that to some degree all over the place, obviously, because you got it in Europe, you got it down here. There was some of that, but it wasn't to the degree that people think it was. And let's just be truthful about the matter. There's more Africans in Brazil than it is in America.
This is also true. But again, we're even talking about the hygienic conditions. We know that the bubonic plague took out a lot of Europe, right? And that was a plague that was built on filthy conditions. If you are expelling excrement from your bodily orifices, the front and the back, and it's congealing together, all it's going to do is produce lethal bacteria. They wouldn't have even had the ability to have enough food stores for slaves to travel across, not to mention the crew. So no,
2 months?
No, I think it's longer than that. It may be 2 months now that we have like engines, right?
Maybe,
but they want to make us believe that the slaves are on the ship, never been on a ship in their life, rowing. It takes a lot of upper arm strength to be able to row a boat. Have you ever been on a boat? Michael, row your boat ashore. Hallelujah. Your shoulders finna die out. And especially if you don't know what you're doing, because it's an awkward thing. So the people on the right side of the boat would have to be rowing a certain type of way, and then the people on the left side of the boat would have to be rowing a type of way. It was manually operated things at that time. Yeah, I can't be serious. The Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria was not the first ships that went from Italy to the Americas. Like, I don't want to get. It is diabolical. It is. But
you know what is even more diabolical? That story from West Africa where they say they sent fleet ships out that never returned, and that's how there was let's say colored melanated people here when Columbus first got here that they said were definitely of Negroid features, not the Indians that we think of today. I don't believe that for the reasons like what you just said. I believe that the story is much simpler. There were people already here, and our features are universal features. It's not so much that they're African features. It's just brown skin is brown skin, right? There's a lot darker brown skin in India than it is in America. It just is. And so the idea of a thick nose, they got thick noses over there. When you look at certain places in Europe, they have thick noses, and I'm talking about nostrils, not just bridges. And the idea of four lips come from just any species that's in a tropical area for whatever reason. Look at Burma. Like, they're not quote unquote black, but if you look at their lips over there in Burma, you can tell like these ain't no black people, but whatever the hell is going on, got their lips swelled. Okay, swallow, and I mean they not black. So I'm saying,
ain't they though? Huh? Ain't they don't know, because this is the thing. That's what they want you to believe. They want you to believe that there's this delineation. And I keep telling people, you can go back and look in dynasties, Ming Dynasty, Tang Dynasty. You can go in India, look back through their whole history. There's always just been this system. And that I could also tie it back to the Bible as well. Them twins, and the birthright being stolen. How darker skin has just always been looked at as a mark, but it's always been the dominant genotype, because melanin is necessary for you to survive and live. Melanin literally is your only barrier to the sun.
I thought that the Asians, well, East Asians, that is, they got whiter or lighter because there was an invasion there that, obviously from the male side, that came in and started to lighten the population, and then that light population was treated a certain way, which created more light population and separated it. However, the original East Asian is not like that light white powdered face type of, you know, slant eye person. That's actually more of a European construct in terms of the genetics than not. Now, don't quote me on that. That's what I heard. I haven't actually seen any literature on that.
If y'all go watch Memoirs of a Geisha, you know that Asian people are not pale and powdery. Memoirs of a Geisha in and of itself is pretty historically accurate. They made rice powder. To put on their skin to make themselves look white. They're not. And then all you have to do is look at Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan was the biggest conqueror and destroyer of all of Mongolia, which is the biggest tribe in Asia.
Okay.
He populated his own people, according to, you know, the lore and the history. Mongolians are very much interbred. I don't want to say it like that, but they pretty much are, according to historical documentation. So Genghis Khan was not a pale man. Genghis Khan was very dark. Child, but let's get into this next video, because honey,
I heard Genghis is the daddy, granddaddy, great granddaddy of most people over there, because he was getting it on. He was. Like him, not even his people, him. Like he was out there in the street.
He said he's the punishment God sent upon you, and if you weren't wicked, God wouldn't have sent him. Child, let's listen to what George Carlin had to say back in the day about this. Look at this.
You know what's interesting about assassination? Well, not only does it change those popularity polls in a big fucking hurry, but it's also interesting to notice who it is we assassinate. Ever notice who it is? Stop to think of who it is we kill. It's always people who've told us to live together in harmony and try to love one another.
Somewhere we must discover the world over that we must learn to live together as brothers, or we will all perish together as fools.
Jesus, Gandhi, Lincoln, John Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy, Martin Luther King, Medgar Evers, Malcolm X, John Lennon, they all said, try to live together peacefully. They all said, try to live together peacefully. Bam! Right in the fucking head.
Aware of on my pilgrimage to Mecca, I could see then that there are many white people in this country who will side with the Negro in whatever he has to do to protect himself.
But that's a considerable change of opinion in Malcolm X.
No, today I'm speaking for myself. Formerly, I spoke for Elijah Muhammad. And everything I said was, Elijah Muhammad teaches us thus and so. I'm speaking now from what I think, from what I have seen, from what I have analyzed, and the conclusions that I have reached.
Then the white man is no longer the devil, and he is no longer bound to be evil?
If I judge a man by his conscious behavior, I am not a racist. I don't subscribe to any of the tenets of racism.
Then there are good whites and good blacks and bad whites and blacks.
It's not a case of being good and bad, good or bad blacks and whites. It's a case of being good or bad human beings.
George Carlin was right. When you really stop and think about who gets assassinated, it's almost never the people pushing hate or division. It's the ones telling us to slow down and live together in peace. Those who tell us to see each other as human beings. Jesus, Gandhi, Lincoln, Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, even John Lennon. Different backgrounds, different eras, but the same shift happens every time. The moment the message starts moving toward unity, the clock starts ticking. That's why I laugh when people reduce everything to left versus right, or black versus white. That framing is too small. This has never really been about that. At its core, it's always been about the poor versus the elite. About regular people realizing they have more in common with each other than with the people at the top who make the rules. Anyone who genuinely tries to bridge that gap becomes dangerous. Not because they're violent, but because unity threatens power. Division is profitable. Division is manageable. Unity isn't. So on the surface, the elites talk about peace, inclusion, and togetherness. They put it in speeches and slogans, but in reality,
The system only works when we stay separated and suspicious of each other. And the most disturbing part is how well it works. We willingly divide ourselves into labels. Left, right, black, white, this group, that group. We defend these identities like they're natural, like they weren't carefully shaped and constantly reinforced. Even when one division starts to heal, another one is ready to replace it. There's always a new issue, a new outrage, a new line drawn in the sand. That's the pattern Carlin was pointing to. Not a
Now, what do you think about that?
I'll say this, right? I think in all of those cases that he named, and the others that he didn't name, but we were aware of them, the message of let's come together and be peaceful was digging in somebody's pockets. And that goes to show that war division serves a financial purpose. And it's not there by coincidence. It's somebody's profiting off of every war, every conflict, every division. And when people feel that, well, somebody preaching peace is a threat, what is it a threat to? Because it's not society. It's a threat to somebody's bottom line. So, you know, you have
the industrial complex, exactly.
Yes, you got to ask yourself, who's benefiting off of this conflict? And I think that's where the people that he named, where they may not have thought about, maybe with the exception of Jesus, but this is, I would say, this is what you didn't think about. Because sometimes if you come to a people and say, hey, we need to live together in peace, but you don't understand that white people have been brainwashed to think that they're actually the color white, or they actually are pure, like their genetics are pure somehow. They've been convinced that way so that they can live in a society that gives them breadcrumbs. As long as they think they're better, that serves a higher purpose, like above them. They're part of the bottom, but they're going to live like, you know, they're at the top, when in fact they're not. Like, you have to understand who's benefiting from this message, because it wasn't white people. It was a specific family all the way at the top. Like, so I would caution people saying that, well, you know, we killed them because they were speaking truth to power and peace. No, everybody wants peace, but that's every commoner that don't stand to gain financially from going to war. Like, our sons dying off in wars don't benefit us. You see what I'm saying? People's family members like getting caught up in the struggle don't benefit us. Like, peace is what we need so that we can live long. So why is it that our peacemakers are dying? They're not dying for no reason. If you look at each and every person that was assassinated, it was a coordinated event to make it seem like it was somebody else. Take Kennedy, for instance. They blame one particular guy like they're doing with Charlie Kirk right now. Turns out that guy didn't have nothing to do with it. It was a broader issue that had deeper implications that have stuff to do with what most people don't even understand. But that's always the case. So I agree with him that is always going to happen. Like, the people who want peace are always going to be targeted. So it would stand to reason that maybe we don't need peace. Maybe we need to just get rid of people who have financial incentive for peace not to happen.
No, well, I can see that point, but I feel we definitely do need peace. Like, how do I put this? Because I'm really trying. Even though we're being a little bit, it's no holds barred, I'm also trying to make sure. Yeah, trying to keep it on a certain level. But here's the thing. Let's look at the wealth gap in society. Globally, we have 1% of people that are extremely wealthy. And everybody else is in the struggle. Varying degrees of the struggle, I'll give you that. But still very much in the struggle. There is no pathways. Wow, you got to find that out. You need to know that, Chris. And hey, welcome. There is no pathway to the elite status. Unless you're doing something strange for a little piece of change. Now, Kevin Hart done told you, when you hit a certain dollar amount in your bank account, they're going to take you behind curtain number one. Then if you plateau and hit the next level, they're going to take you behind curtain number two. But behind curtain number 3, it all going. It's a doozy. Nobody wants to see what's back there. And it comes out in these scandals. Benghazi, Charlie Kirk releasing the files on MLK and the aisle. You as a society, I never told the truth in the moment. So it's up to you as an individual to know your history and spread the messages about the history that we share together, and not be deluded, and actually do your research, because sometimes you can find the information. Sometimes it's going to take a little bit of work because they do try to hide the truth from you. Stop looking at the first page of Google and the first thing that pops up on Google, honey. Sometimes people just want to be the first thing that pops up on Google. Sometimes it's in page 10.
Yeah.
But that requires patience, and that requires intelligence and intellect, and actually doing a deep dive to be able to have these type of conversations. And a lot of people really are very comfortable with the victim role, right? Now, this brings us back to politics. Larry David and Bill Maher have had a phenomenal year of fighting. Did you know about that?
You know, I did hear about it. I didn't see it, but I heard about it.
Yeah. Humility is important also, though. I mean, humility is important to what degree? The reality is there is no time for humility. There is time for people to be town criers, right? Extra, extra, read all about it. Chicken Little, the sky is falling, the sky is falling, because people need to wake up and wake up quickly. If we are, in fact, in the end of times, then who cares? Everybody will be disappeared from the world, right? But as the truth starts coming out, people try to label it and hide it behind MAGA talking points. That's MAGA talking points. That's silly. Oh, that's leftist. I don't want to believe in that. Yeah. Like, it's the willful ignorance of it all.
Yeah.
It's the choice to remain separated from the truth. Now, I was having a conversation the other day with somebody about Social Security being depleted. They told me that was just MAGA trying to privatize Social Security. But when you go to Social Security website, and this is nothing new, Social Security has been telling America for a long time. The trust that funds Social Security is set to be depleted by 2037.
Yeah, I heard that.
A pay-as-you-go situation, which is going to reduce what Social Security pays to about 76%. But that's a MAGA talking point to privatize Social Security instead of looking at it that's the reality. There's multiple factors and data points that go into that, but this is not the show for it. White people contradict and even can be hypocrites if you self-reflect on your end. Okay, well, I hear that.
I'll say this about Social Security. Like you said, well before Trump, we've been hearing stories about Social Security having its end a long time ago. Like, I remember hearing about that before Trump's first presidency. So I don't understand where that talking point came from. Like, I live in real life, and I remember when it came across the news channel here it was in Baltimore, and they were talking about a news story about, Social Security. So I don't understand this. Like, to continue to bury your head in the dust, literally. Unlike birds, you don't have the ability to fly away from your danger. You're just going to be here, like, suffering through it. I think this is the time in our lives when we can look back on the past to see how we got here, to help us move differently in the future. I don't think we need to harp on how we got here in terms of the past, as far as like who specifically this was, because this was a amalgamation of issues that coagulated together to create this problem, not just one specific thing. And so with someone saying, hey, that's just a MAGA talking point, but you're not actually looking at the data. You're not actually looking at the articles. You're not actually looking at the news that's been cycling about this issue low key. And you're not seeing the writing on the wall and what's next. This is why people like what's his name? The guy, was it Andrew, the Asian dude that was talking about universal income, because you're going to get to a point in about 5 to 10 years where people will not have Social Security. There won't be the same level of jobs. You're going to have a high amount of people on unemployed, and the state can't manage that. And there will be no safety nets, or let's say it'd be very minimal safety nets for very minimal people. So you're going to have to get in front of this issue early. He was saying that 10 years ago. Now we're coming up on that now. And obviously our government is more concerned with what's going on in Nigeria, you know, than here when it comes to that. Yeah, this has been a crazy year. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It definitely has, but so this brings us back to George Carlin and Bill Maher. Now, the Jewish people are fighting. Okay? The friendlies and the foes are out here, they're swinging. This particular government cycle has been all about Israel. But if you've really been paying attention, it's always been about that area, right? Mm-hmm. The Gulf War, Benghazi, all of this and all of that. And then Bill Maher had the unmitigated goal to have dinner with the president. So let's look at this.
Obviously, a big part of this show is the MAGA hat.
For the first show, yeah.
Right. There are people that wear the MAGA hat and like what the MAGA hat represents. Are you afraid about alienating them? They could be fans of the show.
Alienate yourselves. Yeah. Go and alienate. You have my blessing. No, I could give a.
It's fairly obvious where Larry David stands on Donald Trump.
Oh, I mean, you can't go a day without thinking about what he's done to this country, because he's such a little baby that he's thrown 250 years of democracy out the window by not accepting the results of an. I mean, it's so crazy. He's such a sociopath. He's so insane. He just couldn't admit to losing. And we know he lost. He knows he lost. And look how he's fooled everybody. He's convinced all these people that he didn't lose. He's such a sick man. He's so sick. Anyway, no, it hasn't impacted me at all.
Bill Maher, meanwhile.
I'm just acknowledging that I respect Charlie Kirk enough to look into whether that is, and it could be true, because I say it all the time. I don't believe anybody. Like you just lost my trust. All media, right, left, very few people. Do I have, like, okay, I hear what you're saying. Now I have to go vet it.
Hilariously, more people that I know that are center left now say, I think Trump is not a monster because Bill Maher of what he said. On anything else.
Well, I didn't exactly say that.
Well, no, you said not a crazy person lives in the White House. That was what you said.
Right.
And you said he was respectful and gregarious.
Yes, right? I said not a crazy, but a person who acts crazy on the public
stage. Those are two different things, though.
I know, but that's what matters. I also said it doesn't matter what he does in a private dinner with a comedian. What matters is who he's on the world stage. What bothers me about the critiques I get is that they don't acknowledge the points I myself made.
Fair enough.
Has gotten softer and softer on the president.
I think this article in the Times, hey Omni, this article in the Times that Larry David. Wow, shit. Listen, let's watch.
I told him I thought parts of his plan for Gaza were wacky, but that I had supported him in the idea that Gaza could be Dubai instead of hell. I told him he was wrong when he tweeted the night before that I was critical of all things Trump. Not true. Check the tapes. Moving Israel's embassy to Jerusalem, loved it. The border did need to be controlled. I'm glad the cops are getting their morale back. DEI had gone too far. Biological men shouldn't be playing women's sports. Europe should pay for their defense. And of course, it makes sense that Arab countries should take in Arab refugees, like the million Syrians who wound up in Germany when Saudi Arabia took none.
He wined and dined with him. And in turn, Larry David would excoriate him. He'd write in an op-ed for the New York Times of his dinner with Adolf, a tongue-in-cheek.
I want y'all to listen to what he wrote.
Okay.
Imagine my surprise when in the spring of 1939, a letter arrived at my house inviting me to dinner at the old chancellery with the world's most reviled man, Adolf Hitler. I had been a vocal critic of his on the radio from the beginning, pretty much predicting everything he was going to do on the road to dictatorship. No one I knew encouraged me to go. He's Hitler, he's a monster. But eventually I concluded that hate gets us nowhere. I knew I couldn't change his views, but we need to talk to the other side, even if it has invaded and annexed other countries and committed unspeakable crimes against humanity. 2 weeks later, I found myself on the front steps of the old chancellery and was led into an opulent living room where a few of the Führer's most vocal supporters had gathered. Himmler, Göring, Leni Riefenstahl, and the Duke of Windsor, formerly King Edward VIII. We talked about some of the beautiful art on the walls that had been taken from the homes of the Jewish people, but our conversation ended abruptly when we heard loud footsteps coming down the hallway. Everyone stiffened as Hitler entered the room. Why would you write that?
I'm tired of these people. Like, I'm tired. I'm very tired. Like, I don't care about what happened with the mustache guy. I really don't. And I think that trying to be hyperbolic to utilize his name and his legacy to weaponize, utilize that to weaponize against people that you don't like and their views. It's just utter nonsense, seriously. And it corrodes my faith in voting. It corrodes my faith in this government. And honestly, I prefer for things to be this way. I do think that as we could think as a nation, or we could think as a community. And I think that the only, like you said, there's no path to elitism. There's no path to that, but I think there is a path to security. And we have to do what's best for us. And just indulging in their politics is not going to help us in our community. It's not. Like, the mustache man deleted a lot of our people, but nobody's talking about that. They're talking about them in the Jays. What about the mustache guy and the bees? Like, what about the bees? Talking about the Jays. What about the bees? Like, 6 million people lost their lives to his antics, and we only care about 2 million that just so happen to be classified as Jays. Mind you, whether they are or not is a different question. But
well, you know what their people went. I'm going to say this because it's really touchy, right? When people start talking about that group of people, the Jewish people. And a lot of people have mixed emotions, but each group in history has gone through a thing. I think it's kind of, it's great that they've gotten reparations and they've gotten some form of compensation for the trauma that their group went through. I think that because they have gotten the compensation that they got, they also get a lot of hate from that. Did that help them build generational wealth? Did they do good by the compensation they got? Absolutely, they did. Now, when we are talking about their community is mobilized. Their community is very much locked down, and their community does a lot to push an agenda. There is a solidarity amongst the Jewish people. And a lot of other groups, including ours, can learn from the archetype of the Jewish people on how to build up solidarity, how to mobilize, how to push a political agenda, how to get into these rooms, and how to get the compensation that we would like to get for what we've gone through, as well as really to pay attention to politics and political trends. See, I think one of the biggest problems that we have as a community is that Black people don't pay attention to politics at all. They say it's a white man's game. They say it's a game for the wealthy. They say this and they say that, when really politics belong to the public. We employ each and every person that is up on the hill.
Mm-hmm.
If not for our votes, electoral college or not, they would not have a job. They would not have a salary. We, the people, elect them. We, the people, determine who stays and who goes. Now, when it comes down to if Donald Trump lost the election or if he didn't lose the election, did he lose the election honestly? See, there's a lot of things that people forget about that election year. Because of COVID-19, there was a lot of changes to voting laws and paper ballots and write-in ballots and people voting early, people being able to mail their ballots in and everything else. So I think having questions about that process was valid. It was a new process. I think a lot of people are just purely emotional because no matter what, even if Biden won fair and square, Kamala lost in 2024. So,
but keep in mind why she lost, and I think Trump capitalized on the Black community when she decided to perpetrate and use black politics and weaponize it where Black people are concerned. He saw the play and he used it to his advantage. That's why every single time he talk about her, he speak about her in reference to her Black status, because he knows that right there is a sticking point for Black people, that any and everyone come and like cloak themselves in our identity and then say they're going to do nothing for us, and then turn around and say, well, we will do something for you, but it's going to be minimal, and we're going to have to do everything other than deal with you. And like, he knew she was playing the politics game with the Black community, and he said, oh, you want to do that? Let me help you do that even more. Every time I say your name, I'm gonna make sure I remind people about what you said and who you are now. And look what he told Black people to our face. Y'all don't got shit, but I mean, you can't lose with me. I mean, you can't lose with me. That's what he essentially told us, and he was honest and frank. But we took that better than we took Kamala. And rightfully so, honestly, because when Joe Biden said we're not Black if we don't vote for him, oh, that was my last time voting Democrat. That's my last time.
Now, let me ask you a question, because while we're on it, we might as well talk about it. DEI.
There's a DEI in my office right now. White man. He's a DEI. He does not belong there. He don't have the fortitude. They hired him for DEI purposes.
Yes, thank you to Lady Leo Speaks for becoming a new subscriber. I appreciate you. Listen, I feel like this. DEI is cool, right? It's cool. But as with a lot of programs that were passed during the Civil War, they were meant, hey boo, they were meant to be helping tools, right?
For society, yeah.
And at some point, it went from helping to just placing people in positions because they wanted to reach the quotas. Now,
yeah.
Thank you, love. I appreciate you. As a Black woman, especially, I do feel like there is a need to have diversity, equity, and inclusion in regards to a lot of spaces. But I also feel there has to be a need. Like when Miss Oshun and I discussed the aeronautic field and how people of color are not even interested in that career path, but they're trying to force people of color to be in that career path. And people use that to say, well, they're being racist. Is it really racism, or is it a lack of interest?
It's a lack of interest because Black people don't fuck with water and being up in the air, because that's not where we was born. We just don't do that sort of thing. We leave that to people who, that's what they do. We do other things.
Right. And it's like, They use that as a talking point to kind of lynchpin Charlie Kirk and, oh, well, he was a racist because when he said, no, he was speaking to commonality. It's uncommon to see other groups there. So it becomes, well, damn, how did you get here? What was your life journey? Could he have worded that better? Absolutely, he could have worded that better. He could have expressed that 1,000 times better. He just gave his raw, unfiltered take on it. However, were you like in the military? Did you fly planes in the military? Did you go through simulations? How did you wind up becoming a pilot? Not because you cannot be a pilot because you're a person of color or you're a woman, but simply what was the path that brought you here? And I think a lot of people don't necessarily know how to verbalize the thoughts that they're having. So the takes are hot takes. What are your thoughts on that?
I think those are good questions, but I don't think anyone becomes anything, let alone specifically a pilot, because of people's opinions. I think people choose careers based on what's good for them. So let's suppose there was half of a plane that was wondering about a black pilot and where he get his credentials. Are you gonna miss your flight because you don't know that man's credentials? Not really. So this idea that, okay, someone said, like Charlie Kirk, he said, well, you know, if I see a black pilot, this is how I'm going to feel. Okay. It's okay for you to feel that way. It is okay for you to feel like you don't know if his credentials are right. If you don't want to fly that airline until you get a list of somebody's credentials flying for you, that is, you know, based on their race. Okay, fine. But when it comes to what he was trying to say about the idea of pushing people into career paths that don't earnestly want to be in them, like you said, he could have said that a whole lot better. That would have resonated more. I would have preferred for him to say that the airlines are not doing their due diligence at advertising, you know, air personnel to, let's say, high schoolers, to colleges. They're not doing their due diligence to make it more, let's say, colorful for people to say, hey, I want to be an airline stewardess. I want to work for the airlines because they get paid good, whatever. I would prefer for him to say that than what he did say. But I will say that if you are a black person and you are a pilot, I know you really love that, because I know my community. We do not get in the water or the air unless it is our passion, because our people just don't fuck with them two things. We don't fuck with animals like that. So if you messing around with animals for real and you black, I know you love it. You came into it the right way. But white people might not understand that, and I understand that. But I understand it, so I'm getting on my plane. I'm on Frontier and Spirit half of the time. I'm not getting on my plane. I need my $90 to go far. Okay. She know, Ron, tell you I be out here scouting.
I know, and I try to tell her to use other modalities, but she hard-headed because I tell you, I'm bougie. I know my pilots on every flight because I'm sitting right behind them. Hello.
Now, see, she sit right behind the pilots. I'm all the way in the back, but she definitely know her pilots. She be saying hello a couple times during the flight. I don't know who they is.
Every time the stewardess go in the cockpit to bring a drink, I'm over there like, they make sure I can see out the dashboard. I need to see what's going on. Okay, that's right, cool. Let them know. I can't do it. I can't do it. But truth be told, I did have this conversation with someone before. Like, first class is the most dangerous place on the plane. Honestly, if there's a crash, first class is going out. The safest place in the plane is actually to the rear of the plane because those seats are always going to survive. But, you know, I feel like this. If it's my time to go, let us be out because I don't even want. Can you imagine? Picture it, Sicily, 1932. You in the flight, you crash, and you survive, and now you got to climb over all of the broken bodies to get out. No, I'm okay. I think that would be more traumatizing for me in the long run. If I like, see the way my mind works now, I'm visualizing it. Maybe I'll make an anime video about that. just oxygen masks dangling, smoke all over the place, people with little bloody trickles falling on the side of their face, crying, laying out, bones and legs at odd ass angles. No thanks. No, thank you. No, thank you.
What about the movie? I forgot the name of it, where the plane had crashed on water, and the people had stayed. They were so scared to get off, or whatever the case may be, put their life jackets on, and get out, that they stayed on the plane, and then the plane started to sink. And they just stayed on it, and there was an air pocket, and they just stayed on until that shit hit the bottom of whatever water they was on, and then it was sharks above them, and then they had to get out and swim on that side. Like I was so frustrated with the people in there. Obviously, they only had one black on there, okay, that seemed like they were white-minded. I was so frustrated that I told my son, I said, let me tell you something. If you ever want a plane and that shit go down, while it's going down, you put your life jacket on, you grab that mask. And as soon as it hit, if you still alive, you climb out of that bitch. And I taught you how to swim. Took you to swimming class. Cost me $900. You better swim. Don't sit in that damn plane until it crashed and then go underwater like that. You better get out and survive. Trust me, I was so frustrated because I don't play with water and I don't play with being up in the air. Not at all. So
I'm gonna tell you the truth. Honestly, I'm gonna be one of them people that's just gonna be in plane as we go to the ocean, because
you're just gonna die.
Yeah, because when you're on the ocean, you finna die anyway. Like nobody. Let me tell y'all something.
What about the little boy that survived? Life of Pi. Remember him?
Yeah, that's a lie. They try to play y'all too. Okay, let me tell you something. I seen Megalodon, and I should have never watched that movie. And then I be watching little shit because I'm like, is there any type of real Megalodon shit going on, right? And then I be seeing these videos, and the sharks be on the coastline and shit. People be swimming, and then it'll be the sharks. They be right there, or the whales be underneath the boats. They be having some aerial views and shit. You see the whales like 3 times bigger than the boat. So for me and the ocean ain't never gonna be friends. Ain't never gonna be friends, because I don't know what's underneath the surface of the ocean. I would never get on a cruise ship. To all of my babies that get on cruise ships, God bless you and keep you. Every time you tell me you're going on a cruise, I start praying for you, covering you in the blood of the Lamb from the day you leave to the day you come back. But it won't be me, because nope. So if my plane goes down in the ocean, in my mind, I'm be like, shit, there's Megalodon out there. There's somebody's well. There's a shark. Something's gonna eat me. You know what? Come on, Jesus, take me home. Take me home, Lord. I'm gonna be calling Jesus on the phone. I'm be like, Jesus, you see what's going down. Just go ahead, snatch my soul right now, because I can't do.
You know what? I'm gonna pray for you. Okay, I'm gonna pray for you. Cause see, here you go praying that your life get taken. See, this is what I'm saying. This is why I say black people don't play up in the air or on the water. Here she go.
Take me now, Lord. Take me now. Listen, when I saw that documentary about that cruise ship that was on the ocean for 4 days, and y'all see the water was moving the ship around, and pee was sliding over. Listen, as soon as somebody else pee touched me, Lord.
She said that pee. Oh my goodness. You talking about the one that fell over near Italy?
No, it was the Carnival cruise ship. Something happened. They had a fire, engine died out. They was in the middle of the God's ocean. It was in the middle of God's ocean for days. And then somebody came out and tried to tug them back to shore. And then when they was tugging them back to shore, it made all the pee and poop start sloshing all over the place. And because the engine wasn't working, they didn't have no flushable toilets. They gave these people hazmat bags. Go poop in the hazmat bag. What we doing? What are we? Nope.
Oh my. Oh my God. This is.
Why
were they out there for 4 days though? They didn't send nobody the same day, the first day?
No, because international waters and who could come and save you. It's a little bit tricky.
Where was this at? That Americans that can't go.
I believe they was on the coast of Mexico, or was it Cape Carnival? Either way it goes. Like they was maybe an hour outside of the coast, and they could have potentially got tugged back in. But by the time they sent people out there to tug, the tide had took them further out. So y'all be playing with you get out of plane and you get in the ocean with your little life ass vest on, and let the tide carry your ass. Okay.
I'm gonna be in the little boat. Okay. I'm not gonna be like in the Titanic hanging on the shit. No, I'm being in the boat. Okay. I got my life jacket on and my under life jacket, the one that's into the chest. I'm bringing all mine with me. Okay. I know how to swim.
You can't drink ocean water. So imagine, picture it, Sicily, 1945. You in the middle of the ocean. You trying to survive. You waiting for a rescue team. You thirsty as hell, and you can't drink none of the water that you forced to be in.
I'm gonna steal some bottled water. That's for sure. I know they got some bottled water in them little boats right there. I know they got it. Okay, I'm gonna get it. Okay.
Yes.
Listen. If there's a will, there's a way. But what I'm saying is, I understand why Black people don't rush to be in dangerous situations on water and in the air. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with Black people not being pilots like that, or was it cruise ship boat airline sailors and stuff like that. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Now,
yeah, I'm okay with that. I don't feel like we need to rush to do that.
I tell you what, I'm not personally going on no cruise ship, but I do like watching Below Deck. Shout out to Bravo.
I'm going on listen, I'm gonna get on one probably next year, but late next year probably. But I've never been on a boat per se like that. I've been on a boat, but not like that. Not first time.
Y'all support the show. Hit the cash app, butterfly progressive. Hit the super chat, like the video, and share the video out. Listen.
Now, see, she said she a rock climbing anthropologist, so she gonna be one. I don't mess around with them rocks because I don't mess around with rocks. My ancestors don't fall well.
What is it? Spelunking? Is that the one where they go into the caves and they try to wedge their asses down?
Yeah, they put the thing up there and they be climbing and joint. Yeah.
God bless you and keep you, Vinay. Lord, cover Vinay through all her journey, Lord. Please, Lord, keep it safe, Lord. Jesus' name, amen. Listen. Oh, I'm missing out. Ooh, child. Ooh, okay. Well, God bless y'all. You know what? Cover y'all in the blood of the Lamb. Let you make it home safe and sound. Because if I ever go on a cruise, right, it's gonna be a day cruise, right? It's gonna be
a day cruise, Lord.
Where we go on vacation to like Greece or something. I'm gonna take a cruise around the Greece island, and I'm gonna bring my ass right back. Y'all are brave. Y'all brave. I'm not going out on the ocean.
I'm only doing it just for the sake of saying, hey, I went on a cruise. But really, I want to go to the islands and stop and stuff like that. I like that. I've never been to the Bahamas before. I've been to Jamaica and I've been to Aruba, but I've never been to the Bahamas or the Virgin Islands. And I would like to go. Just so I can say I went.
See, I don't give a damn about the U.S. Virgin Islands. My family from there. I want to go to the Maldives.
Maldives. Now, see, that's paper right there. You know, I don't got that yet.
No, that's not paper. No. See,
what the hell else is it?
No. I think everybody just has to first go to Europe and then travel because everything is cheaper from Europe. Now,
well, maybe that might be true, but the closest I've ever I landed in Germany for some time, and that's the closest I've been in Europe. But other than that, and actually, I wanted to stop in France, but I did not stop in Germany. But I mean, I don't know. And maybe you're right. Maybe I need to go to, Europe and see what's going on.
Just a little bit, right? Just a little bit, because listen. I don't know. Travel is cool. I think everybody that can travel should travel. I think everybody that can travel should travel in the best accommodations possible. I don't think traveling is the time when you should be being cheap or nothing. Because if you're going to experience a once in a lifetime thing, maybe experience that.
Okay. I got you. I ain't gonna go the cheap route.
I told you go on Emirates. I told you go on Emirates.
Emirates. Yeah. Oh,
see, look at Clue. Clue cutting up. He said, GoFundMe to get RVP aboard the SS Minnow Chaos. Listen, if y'all want to do a GoFundMe to get me to Fiji, okay? Because I need to go to Fiji. That's where I need to go.
Oh my God.
Life vests and rescue boats, planes don't come with drones and parachutes. These are facts, Billy. But I tell you what.
Yeah, they better come to listen.
I trust a plane because I know if I fall out the plane, that's just it. It's gonna be death on impact, and I'm fine with that.
Oh, half the time they gonna land like where it's not gonna be death on impact. Okay.
Well, even if they land and it's not on the water, we good, because if we land on that water, nobody. We have only explored like 5% of the ocean floor. Okay, and there's gas pockets that collect things up. Listen, y'all stop making movies like Megalodon. What's up, Ben? Stop making Megalodon.
That's what's happening. We scared because of movies. That's really what it is. It's a lot of movies that we scared of. Like I remember when that plane crashed in that movie about Munich, and those people was up in the mountains for months, on each other and stuff like that because they had to. That right there scared me. I said, no, I'm not flying over no mountains. No.
Oh my God! Did you see the news from Mount Everest?
No, wow.
So people apparently have been going there to hike, right? But it takes so long to hike to the top of Mount Everest that like the whole side of the mountain is full of trash. Pots and pans and sleeping bags and potties, like to the point that you get a fine if you don't bring your potty bag back down with you. Then you start passing out because as you get higher and higher, you can't breathe. Like y'all, I'll be on some whole other stuff, and I'm gonna start coming out here talking to y'all about it. Like when we come back in the new year, we got to talk about some stuff. Like we got to talk about Buy Now. We got to talk about the Thursday Murder Club, honey. We got to talk about the woman in the cabin. Hey, we about to start talking about some shh and how it relates to the real world and everything else. But I can't wait. I'm excited. But yeah, we have done our little travel segment too long. Now, one of the conversations that we hear ad nauseum is that Black women are just benefiting to death from divorce. Honey, Black women are taking all the money. As a Black man, you can't go to court.
You're gonna lose every time.
You're gonna lose. But we found this little ditty that we wanted to share with y'all and discuss. Well, here you go.
All right, what is up, folks? So we're coming up to the end of the year. There are a lot of things to reflect on, and I started to think about some of the biggest storylines of 2025. First thing that came to my mind, the assassination of Charlie Kirk. But to me, I think the center focus around all of this, it's a white woman, Erica Kirk. And something that's quite interesting. Before I talk too much about Erica, I want to show you guys this chart. So something that's quite interesting. A lot of people talk about, interracial marriages.
What is it?
This ain't even interracial marriage. This interracial divorce. Like,
what they say though?
He said interracial divorce.
More likely with a Black man and 200% more likely with a Black man and a white woman, and a Asian man and a white woman. Only 4% with a white man and an Asian woman. Black and the Asian, they don't got no data, male or female. I'm gonna tell you, shout out to all the Blasians. Them Blasian people, boy, they boy. And a white man and a Black woman is 44% less likely to divorce. What?
You know what? If you look at this, right, I see what he mean by with white women. When they're not with white men, they're horrible. Their divorce rates go up when they're not, by some way, when they're not with a white man. And now their white counterpart, their divorce rate is already at 50%, 1 out of every 2. but it goes up. And I said this on one podcast. I was saying that the likelihood of a white woman and any man of color goes up upwards of 200%. And they said that was an unrealistic number. And I said, no, it's not that it's an unrealistic number. It's just like when something quadruples over, you see what I'm saying? The percentage goes up over 100%. Like instead of saying, well, we went up 90%, when you go up 4 times as much, you're talking about 400%. So I said that, and they act like that was like some crazy number. And here I am, even if that's not the case, right? Let's just take the 259% and all that out. If you look at the trend here, the white female, right, is the one that has the most issue with divorce. Nobody else. The most issue with a divorce. But for some reason, it's black females. Now, look at this. Black females with Asian men, black females with white men. You see what I'm saying? Now, the only one they don't have up here is black on black. That's the only one I don't see, but I'm assuming they mean that is the neutral position. But I see that.
I think that just because he was focused on the interracial portion. So I think they, they look at us as a part of that interracial dynamic, not necessarily as the, as the leaders of it, because the white people are the leaders of everything. Let them tell it. Let's listen to a couple more minutes. Child, this chart is crazy. Get your screenshots. Oh, yeah, see, it's compared to divorce rates amongst white couples. So that's why they didn't have the black versus white.
Okay. So they consider themselves white. I got you.
So let's continue. I can't.
Will never work out because the vast majority of the time they will end up getting divorced. It's not actually necessarily true. Something that's very interesting, as you guys have seen, right? So the couple with the highest divorce rate is a black male and white female. I don't think there are too many surprises there. Look at what happens to these black celebrities or rappers, right? Or professional athletes or influencers, the ones who end up getting a snow bunny. Look at what's happened to all of these black men, right? So many of them, they have.
How do you feel about this Asian man calling white women snow bunny? Is that racist?
No, I think he's just kind of going with the rhetoric that most people are used to, because the way black people speak is in context, and I think that's what he's doing. Instead of just saying white woman, he's saying snow bunny, and it's like that's a culturally colloquial term that we understand, a phrase we understand as white woman. Like I think he's trying to placate to a black audience, or let's say a more urban audience.
Now this is an interesting thing. Snow bunny. Is it racist? Issue 2 being, first of all, I can't stand y'all in my chat. But this is Dr. Umar Nguyen. You know what? Let's just watch the video. I hate y'all.
Oh my God. See, I just caught that. Stop it, y'all. Don't call him doctor. Don't do that.
But it's the Nguyen for me. Yo,
this is that Vietnamese.
Yes, it is.
Up losing all of their generational wealth. So if you're wondering where that chart is from, there's this study. It's called at last, marital instability amongst the interracial couples. Is written by Jennifer Bratter. Once again, I'll pull this up on the screen. If you're interested, you can look this up. According to this study, something that's quite interesting. So it shows that the divorce rate in the United States for white couples, right? So both spouses are white, is only 31%. I would think it's actually a little bit higher, but I think what this 31% is referring to, once again, it's very important. I believe oftentimes, to me personally, in over 20 years I've been in Canada, I think honestly, white women are the most likely to lie. However, now a lot of Asian women, they're doing the exact same thing. You have to be honest with yourselves, right? The reason why divorce rate is so high, like I covered it before, right? In China, I said in all of the major cities in China, like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangdong, Shenzhen, so Chengdu, and in these mega cities, the average divorce rate is around 60%. Now, if you compare it to, let's say 2 white spouses in the United States, it's only 31%. How can it be so high in China? Well, the reason why is because, men
pause his ass. First of all, we can't let that slip by. He said the divorce rate in the major cities within Asia, well, let's say China, right, is 60%, over 50%. You know that number is a bit underinflated, okay? because the men going your own way, that started with them. They started that because the women were leaving their community. The women were saying, we don't want marriage. The women did not want to, like, you know, have children, a whole bunch of other crazy stuff because of the laws that happened over there several centuries ago. And 60%, and that's the number they're comfortable with being truthful about. 60%. Ain't that like a couple shots shy of what it is supposedly here with African Americans? So let me get this straight. In Asia, they got the same problems as the African American community, but here on these panels, people will remotely compare Asian women being married, like how well they're married, to Black women, because when they come over here, they're married to white men, or they got high status because they're earning 6 figures or more. Seriously? Like, are you, or they come over here and their families are well off, and so thus they're already married in a sense. Like, I wish you guys would keep on comparing the Black community to Asians, specifically Asian women to Black women, when the divorce rate is even worse over there, because you know what it means to have over a 60% divorce rate amongst men who are winning versus men who are not, like conglomerately. But then again, are Asian men really winning in China? They're about equal to Black men. So Asian women are no different than Black men, truth be told. Like, there's no difference. So why is it that we get compared to Asian women like they know how to cook better, like they know how to stay more faithful, like they're better women because they don't talk back, because they're so feminine? Meanwhile, here it is, their men are saying, oh, we got the worst divorce rates ever in the major cities. It's almost like if he was Black, it would be the same thing. So what's going on? Why is it that these Black men over here don't see that these Asian women are not, they ain't no different than any other race of women, specifically white women? Like he just said, the white woman is more likely to lie in divorce. Meanwhile, the Asian woman ain't even getting married. And the ones that are divorcing at over 60%. Help me understand that.
Because it's all about vantage points. So, because most of these people that are having this conversation haven't really left America. And I'm sorry, I'm not sorry. A lot of people that you see on social media that say they're a passport pro, they may have their passport, but they've literally only been to like Puerto Rico, Mexico, Jamaica. They've not really become, you know what I'm saying, travelers of the world. Because when you start speaking to them about medical tourism, they don't really understand. When you're a medical tourism person, you are well traveled in the world, because you have to be in these places, especially if you're getting procedures done for a very extended period of time. What is it? An expat? That's the word I was looking for. Expat. So they've not gone unless they've been in the armed forces, right? And there's a difference between being somewhere for military service as opposed to being somewhere for leisure. Like Lola said, she's had a layover in Germany. Technically, she could run around here and say, I've been to Germany. I know what Germany is like. But it's a difference between being laid over and actually exploring the community, becoming immersed in the culture. Right. So them Asian girls, honey, y'all that watch Beauty Talk, okay, the beauty tube reels, Asian women tell you flat out, they got plastic tape, they put it on the side of their temples, okay, they pulling their head up, they got fake cheeks, they adding on fake lips, plastic shit they put on their eyelids to make their eyes open up more, wigs and all type of stuff. Y'all see, I did a short the other day showing you a white woman with partial mesh getting weaves, like the things that people talk about.
I just don't understand. How is it that Asians are having, according to them, Asian women are having such great marriages with Black men, but not with their own men? Like, there's more men available for Asian women because there's more Asian men than Asian women. So why is it that Asian women are going outside of their race? Is it because they don't have enough Asian men that got degrees, that got money? Like, is it not enough of them to go around? It definitely is enough of them to go around, and nobody thinks, well, what about what her problem is amongst her own community? Because when it comes to black women, why aren't you married to a black man that you got to go get a white man? What's wrong with you? You can't find a black man, like you must be a boss babe, right? But they don't have that same energy for these Asians. Meanwhile, what are these Asians getting with you for? Because you offer so much more than the Asian man? Like, what is it that they're there? Some people would say, well, it's sexually based, right? Let's go with that. You telling me that you would forsake your own community for some sex? And you people have the nerve to compare them females to black women? You out your fucking head, yeah. I don't understand why you're out your fucking head, but you're definitely out your fucking head.
Here's the thing. When I'm sitting here and I'm listening to certain talking points that are constantly talking about these other women, they're so traditional, and they know how to keep a family together and this, that, and the third. Traditionalists would predicate that they would traditionally stay within the culture.
Mm-hmm.
Because no matter what culture it is, Russians, Asians, Hispanics, the tradition is to stay married within the culture.
Mm-hmm. How you gonna maintain your tradition when you how? And with divorce rates like this, that's the worst type of circumstance to try to maintain tradition amongst a family. Like seriously, like Asian women are not doing well with black men in comparison to their own men. They're just not. And honestly, in my own life, I've seen that. I've seen Asian women become baby mamas, especially when they're of the, the poorer class. I've seen Asian women go for the top tier black men that are in the top tier. And I've seen that a lot of times it does not work out. And I mean, sometimes it does, but a good amount of times it don't. And now the question is, and I don't think he even he hit on it. Why is it that Asian women and white women do the least when it comes to outside men? Why is it that they can't seem to manage in terms of when they do get married? Because they don't all get married. When they do get married, what's up with that?
So let's rip the Band-Aid off of it. It's because people are fetishized, right? We live in a society where everything is based off of tangible fetishes. So do I have to do the most for you if you worship the ground I walk on? No.
Not really.
And black men are worshipped because of their extra big phalluses. And Asian women are worshipped because of their soft voices and their perceived dominance. Spanish women are worshipped because they're spicy Latinas. Black women are worshipped because they got big booties and juicy lips. White men are worshipped because they have money, glorious money. And that's all it is. If somebody matches somebody else's fetish archetype, they will risk it all, throw caution to the wind, honey, and do everything they got to do to get that itch scratched. Because what marriage actually is, it's feudal, right? It's from a era in which marriage actually was the business. It was growing the families. It was growing the lands. It was growing money. This is why people had to pay dowries and get permission from the father in order to be married to the daughter. This is why if you violated someone's family, even here in America, they would on that ass and you was going to get married to their child because you've now destroyed further prospects. What marriage has devolved into is you make me feel good, so let's be together. And love is amazing, it is. But love ain't paying no damn rent and no bills. And again, I take exception to the birth control technology revolution. Really, I do. Because once that came into play, the boomers that were now, in their teenage years and their young adulthood was running out here having sex with everybody taking more risk than needed to be had. They were the biggest proponents of spreading sexually transmitted diseases, and that includes children. They were having secret families, dropping off penis in the vagina. They were selling coochie and eggplant and blaxploitation, and y'all have lost your mind. None of these conversations have a damn thing to do with reviving family. None of these conversations have a damn thing to do with bringing sexy back into the culture. All of these conversations have anything to do with sexual domination. I make the money, so lay on the bed and open your legs and let me F you over, as well as go in these streets and F whoever I want to F. Even the sisterhood of the traveling coochie. Well, I have the coochie, so since you want it, just lay on your back and let me ride you off into the sunset and drain your bank account. Y'all not talking about partnership. Y'all not talking about families. Y'all not talking about
it's prostitution. It's prostitution. It's long stroke prostitution, because it's not like not overnight situation. It's more like a business arrangement that is, say, I'm going to prostitute with you for X amount of years, and then that's it. It's going to be a business arrangement. And now I'm gonna be honest with you, like
wait. Hold on.
Long stroking.
Long stroking. Go ahead.
That is what this is, a long stroke prostitution situation, because you're not going to explain. But to be fair, most marriages prior to certain points in time were business arrangements. Like you said, love don't pay the rent. And the idea was you marry for survival and you have your lover on the side for your heart or whatever. That was common. I did a dissertation in college on
like Lady Chatterley's lovers.
Huh?
Like Lady Chatterley's lovers?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I did a dissertation in college on the Kalahari people and their culture, and it seems that it's been their culture for many hundreds of years that we can tell. Where when you get married to who your family says you should be married to, but who you love is your choice. But you have to take care of your family business first, and then you can go get your lover. This is on both sides, male and female. So, and this is common the way marriage is supposed to be. However, in 2025, for you to say, hey, I married this guy for the purpose of the business of marriage, not because I love him, it seems to be okay coming from an Asian chick. From a white woman, right? Like they say, white women are willing to work with you. In fact, white women are strategic. They pick men that are in certain positions that they are willing to work with based on their position. It's not just, oh, I met you and fell in love with you, and then it doesn't matter what you got. Like, that's not how that is. And they tell black women all the time, you need to think more like white women. When in fact, white women are just, they're just playing the business of marriage. But then black women, we got to be down for you for who you really are. Asians don't got to give a fuck, don't even have to speak your language. All they got to do is make you a sandwich and make sure that the bills is hitting. And that's a marriage for you. But a black woman just never talking to you like that, but making sure that you just pay the bills. No, that's a bitch. Now, this is what I'm saying. I don't understand. Now, this Asian man is telling y'all that these Asian chicks is no different in why they get married or why they get divorced. But for some reason, y'all think everybody got a big penis and y'all just the cream of the crop. No, you're not. And right now, Asian women done figured out, I don't need to be married to no black man. I need to get dope. They stopped marrying black people in the way that they used to. They're not as traditional as these passport people would portray them as. Just like black women aren't as unruly as they portray us to be. These Asian women don't come over here just looking for a black man because they can't get $1 million on their own. What they need you for? You holding them back for real?
Wait. Now, for the passport bros, I'm gonna tell you, of course a woman is gonna be submissive. Of course she's gonna be traditional. Again, I recommend watching Memoirs of a Geisha. She said, I'm going to get the white man's money. Like, these people are looking to create a culture in which they can escape the countries in which they live in.
Or the men that they're unruly with.
Right. Because at the end of the day, if you are a world traveler, if you are an expat, then you know, unless you live in a major city in Asia, yeah, it's not so great. Even in the UK, not so great. Europe, Italy, Australia, and the down under, Greenland, Iceland, all of these countries. No, even America. And I'm gonna tell you, I live in Arkansas, I live in Little Rock. It's real different. Arkansas is real different in Little Rock than as you drive further out into the Ozarks and you start going through the back roads and looking at how people are really living. Now, this is the natural state, so I ain't gonna hold you. Like, everything around here is gorgeous, it's beautiful. However, the building structures themselves are very much dilapidated and destroyed in a lot of places. Now, when I'm going to visit family, like when I drive to Atlanta, that's a 9-hour drive from Arkansas to Atlanta. And when I tell you all the backwater that I drive through, I'll be like, damn, when I go to Mississippi and shit like that, and I'm driving through, like, we're not going to keep acting like everything is perfect everywhere. Now, when you start looking at like documentaries and you really start looking at these lands, there are people that are still washing clothes in a basin with water they gather from a lake and hanging it on a lawn to dry. So if the person coming from a country like that has an opportunity to glom onto you, get a green card, have access to money, because what nobody talks about is when you travel, yen, pesos, the pound, all of that shit, it's way more. Things cost a lot more in other countries. Even Canada. Canada's going to tax you on everything twice. So yes, they need American money so that when they exchange it, they can buy more shit. The fact that y'all are going in your mind and you psychologically believe that that's about how much you are venerated and adored, it lets me know how easily manipulated you can be. I'm gonna tell you, I just brought shit from UK. It cost a grit. Go ahead, Lola, because I'm gonna get off on the tangent. I'm trying to behave. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I've heard some men say that they don't mind being used by these other groups of women just as long as they get what they want, which is, let's say, the shell of a relationship, right? Where they feel that they are in charge of something. However, once the money runs low, once their other family members can't come over to the United States, once they kind of just get tired of you and they feel that they finished school and they can do on their own, whatever. It's like the guy said, that's just the numbers don't lie. You're going to be in the same position that other people are in with their woman in the divorce court, if you even get married. But it's like, when you go to Asia and they have these, let's say these ideas. Oh yeah, I see what she's saying.
You see that? What'd that say?
Let me see. I see.
I'm gonna have to make it the big screen just so y'all could understand. I really don't be on cap because there ain't no need, but I'll show you some shit too, just for GP. That hold on. God damn it, I hate this shit. There it is. Boom. Nope, I gotta go here. That is from the whole UK. Y'all okay? United Kingdom. You ever get some shit through Royal Mail? Y'all be buying shit from China. Y'all worried about tariffs and shit like that. Like, please understand the way import and export works and customs. Yo, fuck it. I hate y'all niggas on the internet. They should have never gave y'all niggas internet. Well, a lot of people be coming up here and they really don't have none of the world experience that they be the fuck talking about. acting like they are well versed and well learned. Please, everybody in 2026, shut the fuck up unless you know what you're talking about.
But Raw, they feel like they do because in Asia they have these tropes about black men making women baby mamas. And the truth about the matter is, if we're going to say a word straight, there is some truth to that. There is some truth to the fact that black men don't marry these women in any great numbers. And when they do get married, the divorce rate is higher than it is in the United States. So it's like, how are these cultures misrepresenting black men on the world stage? They're not misrepresenting black men. They're really not. And if we really look at, for instance, like let's say Sweden, right? And these places up north in Europe, they have higher divorce rates than the black community, right? Again, what's the culprit? You know what I mean? The common denominator, white women. You see what I'm saying? Not saying that white men don't have anything to do with this, but there is that too. But the thing is, these countries, even though they have divorce rates and stuff like that, and it's high, they're not miscommunicating what they see from a distance when it comes to black men and this conversation that's being had online and this passport phenomena, right? Because again, this isn't new. The passport bros has been around since the 60s, but it's been around since the 60s because people don't go to other countries to bring women back here. They go to other countries to get their freak on with anything they feel the need to, get their freak on with, without being too vulgar here. So, I wouldn't even be the type of man personally even if I was a passport bro and I like going to different countries and stuff, I wouldn't openly say that, knowing what I know about the history of this. Like, I'm not openly saying that. But see, these people out here don't see themselves for real. And I get tired of it. That's why I don't come to panels where people are talking about that. If somebody ever asks me, what do you think about passport bros? I think somebody did ask me that. And I was like, if you need to leave, go ahead and leave. Matter of fact, don't come back. Do whatever you need to do. Don't come back. Just go ahead and leave. We don't need to talk about it. Next question. You don't think they need to stay? No, they need to go if they feel the need to go. Here's the thing. When they feel like they going with other women, I feel like, listen, somebody need to take the trash out. Okay? Somebody need to take, if it's 5 million people here, 5 billion people here, and you can't find one person to halfway get along with, nigga, take your ass anywhere, and whoever will take you, I'm glad that they picking the trash out early. Okay? Like, that's it. I don't want to hear about how great Asian women are. I know how great they are. Their men tell us the story. Hence what we're looking at right now. Okay. I know how great these Spanish women are. You might like to be cussed out in Spanish, right? But I know after they get finished cussing you out, what that life really hit for, like with these females. Like, I already know. They take your kids, they run off, they put you through the ringer. They cause you to go into drinking spells. Trust me, these Spanish men ain't out here in the shadows for no reason. They know the truth and they say the truth about their women. Okay, it's only black men that feel like, oh my God, somebody's speaking Spanish to me, and I like it. It's like, that's some fetish shit right there. But you look crazy. Like, I wish somebody would cuss me out in any language. I said, put my foot through your sternum.
But this is the thing that be cracking me up too. Like, these passport bros be wanting these women from these other countries, but they don't know basics of the language, right? So if you can't speak Spanish, if you can't speak Mandarin, and you're going to these countries, y'all do realize these women be smiling at you, so beautiful, so pretty. They're talking cash money shit about you, or they're setting you up, or they're signaling to somebody to get you. They're walking to the waiter. You think the waiter is asking you if you want a refill on your wine. The waiter's like, you want me to slip the pill into the liquor now? And she's like, see, like, what we doing?
But those stories don't get covered though. Those stories don't really get covered for real. Like the people who don't come back, the people that claim, like I heard one guy said that he got robbed pretty bad out there messing around with a chick like that. Like somebody slipped him something. He woke up in a room and he didn't have nothing, and he tried to borrow a phone to call home, and it was a long situation behind going out with a chick. Never mind actually finding one, just going out. But I get it. When you go to another country as an American, you're treated like something you're not treated like here. I get that. However, do not disrespect yourself by comparing that fake shit that you are experiencing as an American with that American passport to your culture here at home. Because no Asian comes to America and compare the women here to the women back there. They don't do that. They don't compare and say, oh, well, you know, this. No. They speak about women in general, if anything, and that's about it. They don't disrespect themselves or their culture by sitting there doing that. Like, not at all. But all I'm saying is in 2026, can y'all please just go out the country and post pictures and leave everybody else the fuck alone? Can you please do that? I get sick and tired of my timeline being about somebody posting a picture, right, of them holding a passport. And I'm like, nigga, my 8-year-old son had a passport. What the fuck is you doing? I don't know if you really traveling, nigga. You look stupid unless you out someplace else. Like, what is, I seen Coach Greg Adams. He was on vacation and there was this Asian chick that looked like she couldn't even speak English that was kind of like tapping on him, like, hey, we're together, yeah. But you could tell she really couldn't speak English. And he was like showing her picture like he really living it up. And I'm like, sir, she might be a man for all I know, especially if she from Vietnam. Those the ones that look like they got that trans thing going on, like, for real. Okay. So don't be posting pictures from anywhere near Vietnam and telling me you living life. Don't do that.
Right. And of course they get treated like royalty, Riaz, because they have all the money. Now I'm not gonna tell y'all about that one time at band camp. I ain't gonna tell you. But what I will say is this: if you do find someone in another country and they're a traditional woman and they want to build a family with you, we know that American men have issues being virtuous, right? They have issues keeping their penises to themselves. So you're going to besmirch a traditional virtuous woman by putting your penis in her without marriage first. Because y'all not gonna beat me in the head and tell me you done took a 10-hour flight, a 20-hour flight, and you spending your money on the chick, right? And you spending your money on the chick not to crack the cheeks, right? Because that's why y'all don't want to date women in America that have standards and make you wait, because you want to.
I'm gonna.
There you die the naked, right, lady boys? Child, y'all going to travel because you want women that's gonna let you crack the cheeks and then bow down to you. So you're now taking a traditional woman and breaking her out of tradition. You don't speak her language. So if there's a child that's had, she can't be bickering and nagging at you because you don't understand what the hell she's saying. You also are not going to understand how to communicate with your child, because according to these same passport bros, it is the mother that raises the child. So if the mother speaks Mandarin, your child is going to speak Mandarin. If the mother speaks Spanish, then your child is going to speak Spanish. And tú no hable, tú no comprende.
Yeah.
The jumped up. Like, what are we doing for real? Like, there's so much things that could be. I hate y'all, and I wish y'all would just shut up. Just shut up. Just everybody come on the internet in 2026 and keep it a stat. Say, hey, I failed at relationships and I'm still failing at relationships. And maybe it is not the woman, and maybe it is not the man. Maybe it's the fuck you. You watching right now, if you cannot get a successful relationship at your big grown age, it's you. Ta-da! But these spaces not giving you no solution, because what they need from you is your Cash App and your Super Chat. As do I. Hit the Cash App, $ Butterfly Progressive. Hit the Super Chat, the Super Thanks. Hit the like button, share it out, and don't forget to hype the video. But here's the thing. I've been telling people for years, and I'm not going to stop telling you this. relationships are not a group sport.
Right.
It is a one-to-one, which means if you can't get somebody's interest, you need to work on your branding and your packaging of yourself as an individual. You need to work on your conversation skills. If you can get someone's attention, but you can't keep it for a long time, you need to work on your character development, your conversation development. How are you building conversations with someone to keep them intrigued? And your level of honesty. Because I see y'all on these dating apps, because I see people in my DMs. Let me tell y'all, and then Lola, I'm gonna let you get in here. I put a damn ad up, right? I did short the other day, be true to yourself, right? And shine brightly. Hey, hi, what's this ad about? Hey. Like, because people are visual and automatically for them it was about sex. And this is how men and women communicate with each other. Because I see chicks too. Well, I don't even know what to say. Then why are you there? Go ahead, Lola. What are your thoughts about that?
Honestly, if you are 30 years old and above, as a man, you should be able to look at a chick, as the men say in their little circles, and tell what type shit she on. There's no man that takes a chick out on a date and don't see before he get there that she ratchet. Like she was a classy chick until you took her out on a date. That ain't no. A lot of times you go for what you like physically, just like the women that you blame. And then when you get them in private, you don't like the reality of that. And what you don't understand is you keep picking these females, just like these women keep picking these men. You keep picking these females. And if you can't tell by the way a woman carries herself what she really on, like that's a you problem. That's not a there's no women in America that can satiate you problem. That's a you problem. And so that's why I can't listen to men talk about in certain channels and they talking about how women don't deserve anything and da 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 da. And I'm like, yo, you don't have to give a woman nothing. You really don't. Women are not concerned with you giving them anything in a society where they can earn for themselves. So if you want to believe women don't deserve shit, continue believing that. Continue actually keeping all of your whatever to yourself. However, right, at the end of the day, all men crack because they're mostly led by their penises. Most of them are led by their penises first. A few of them will be led by their brain upstairs for a few seconds longer than their penises, but that's just a few. And my thing is, as long as that's your vice, then that's your vice. But just be honest and just say, you know what? I like a big butt and a nice smile. Even though when I get her on the date, she gonna want me to pay her mama for taking care of her kid and da 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 da. Now, this is not to say every woman with a kid is ratchet. I have 3 children, trust me. Like, I'm far from ratchet. You ain't about to get me on a date paying for everything the first go round. Because I just don't trust people like that. Where men put their money, they like their penis to follow. Not on the first date. I don't even let you pay for me because that's just not how I'm built. But it's like there's plenty of women like me out there like that will pay for the date. And not because of the reasons I pay for the date either. But it's like, do you deserve women like that? Not really. There's people out here that get inside of beautiful relationships. But once you're inside of a relationship, right? Now you have to understand how to be in a relationship. I have someone close to me who just left a relationship because, and it's a male, they were not mature enough to maintain the female's scars on her heart from other men. And they had to be honest with themselves that they're not a psychiatrist. They don't know how to heal from a past they weren't a part of. Now, that is not for that person to say, hey, you need to go heal. The truth of the matter is everybody needs to heal. Even he himself is dealing with stuff that woman can't help. And that's why he picked her, because he has things in his past that he hasn't healed from. Like water seeks his own level. So just like you're not able to fix her broken heart, she's not able to fix your broken mind. And this is the thing. This happens and it's part of life. But the fact that you're over 30, and I'm specifically saying over 30 because young people under 30 are still learning. They're in the learning phase. They are not responsible for taking the full wheel. But 30 and up, don't tell me you 40 years old ain't no good women out here. Don't tell me. And here's the thing. You say ain't no good women out here. Are you a good man to deserve a good woman? Because everybody seem to think they good for some reason. Like everybody that talk about good women seem to think that they deserve good women. Meanwhile, a lot of the men that say that, I've also heard them say how they will step out on a relationship.
That's why they don't deserve no good women, because they willing to cheat.
They willing to cheat. And they also say that she should be willing to stay because she shouldn't want to break her relationship up. Meanwhile, how did she break the relationship if the trust is gone? And most men would say, if I can't trust you, I can't be with you. If you disrespect me, I can't be with you. What is the ultimate disrespect but vowing to God that you're going to stay faithful and then say, you know what? Fuck that. Like, seriously. So this is what I mean by I don't have no more remorse. I used to have remorse for certain men that would say, hey, I'm out here, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm at Bally's, I'm trying to do everything and I just can't find a woman. And it's like, no, I don't think it's that you can't find a woman. I think you're saying that, but for what we can't see, right, there's more to you than what meets the eye. And so when I'm in a conversation with people, I always ask about their personal life. I always want to know, from what position are you speaking? Have you been in a relationship 3 years or better consistently? Like, do you have that experience? Because if you've been serial dating, you're not going to talk to me about marriage. You're not going to talk to me about long-term relationship issues, which is a marriage. You're not going to do that if all you've been doing is serial dating. No. If you don't have at least one position that you've played for at least 3 years or more, you're not going to talk to me about anything. And so this is why I choose who I listen to in terms of who's going to start talking about bullshit. Like, there's some people I disagree with that, content creators that I hate how they sound even. They're married. They've been married for a while. But just because they're married don't mean that they are worth listening to. Like, they have their own trauma that they are trying to circumvent through being online. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I would never, ever, ever, ever marry a man, and every day I wake up, he online talking about other women, complaining about how they need to be better.
Well, this is
got me fucked up.
Because these are conquered men. And I say the honest part out loud, these are conquered men that want to conquer women en masse. En masse. You're not being told anything about relationships on social media, ladies and gentlemen. What you're being told about is pimp culture. You're given the Brokeback Mountain version of pimping. And they want one woman to be their bottom bitch. Hold it down, POP. And they want to go and deal with other women because it goes against, right, the natural order of things. I would say divine order of things as well, because the natural divine order is for men to be a provider and for men to be a protector. And it's for women to also provide to some degree, right, within the home and as far as educating and raising the children. But when you're hearing men say that they don't want to provide anything, but they want to take resources from, because these are the same men that tell you body count matters and don't marry a whore, but they want to sleep with a whole bunch of women that they don't want to marry. So they want to create whore culture. Mm-hmm. They want to deplete the value of women for their own personal gains and provide nothing during that process. You have to ask yourself, what is wrong with them that they don't qualify to be a provider to these women? Mm-hmm. Why do they want to tarnish and destroy? And then to all the women out there in social media land, Stop selling coochie. Now take it from your highness. You could get a lot from a man when there is intrigue and mystery and the chase is on. Lola can tell you I'm an expert on this subject matter. You don't never have to give no man no pussy if you don't want to give him no pussy. I'm sorry, everybody that's going to be offended by the vulgar language. It just is what it is. Like, y'all be giving up the coochie for the free, no cap, no commitment, no monogamy, no investments. All y'all are being left with is STDs and babies that you then complain about because the dude that you gave the coochie to isn't being present. Meanwhile, the whole entire time he was trying to get the coochie from you, you knew he wasn't going to be around if you was really paying attention. So this is why the divestor culture, sisterhood of the traveling coochies, and the manosphere red spill space winds up having so much traction because they're giving you a modicum of the truth and they're layering it with a whole bunch of fucking lies. If you are not willing to wait and hold a penny, men and women, men, stop giving out eggplant like it's free before 10 a.m. at the damn buffet. Do y'all not have no value on your penis? See, men that have good penis ain't trying to give that penis to everybody. Just like women that have good coochie ain't trying to give that coochie to everybody because they understand that it's a problem. If you have great sex energy, then you create ties that you cannot escape ever. People will be attached to you forever, even if they've not had sex with you, because the way your intimate energy is. Now that's getting on a different level. Okay, that's talking about chakras and power of aura that pulls people in. So we'll get to that in 2026 as well. But when you have a certain aura around you and you pull people into that, they're not going to leave. They are either going to be on the positive spectrum of that or the negative spectrum of that. I have people in my life, it's decades later, calling my phone. What are you calling me for? I'm not answering that. What are we talking about? Nothing.
That's the truth. That is the whole truth. Like, you do not have to share yourself with people to create that bond, because it's above sex. Sex is, people like to say pair bond. People don't know what they talking about when they talking about pair bond. You act like human beings are the equivalent of penguins in terms of our psychology and our psychosis. Like, you know what I mean? No, that's not, or our pathology rather. It's not the same. And I mean, I'm okay with people feeling how they want to feel. You see what I'm saying? Doing what they want to do. But what you can't do is muddy the water, the pool of water you have to swim in and your buddies, and then get mad that the pool is muddy. That's not what you're going to do. And even when I was a child, I never understood why, if all the men want to share their penises with all the different women, how do they expect for there to be a certain level of virgins still around for them to take part in? All of them at that. Like, everybody wants a virgin. How is everybody supposed to have a virgin based on the numbers if everybody's muddying the pool of females? Why is it that women are expected to stay virgins, but men are not expected to stay virgins, given that in order for them to not be virgins, they have to have sex with women? And it's this idea that, well, you know, you have to hurry up and wait for that right one. And it's like, this is an unfair game. It's an unfair game that men play on women to say, hey, you know, make sure that you're good for me, but I don't have to make sure I'm good for you. And this is what I mean by, they say, well, women prefer men that have experience, right? To some level, right, that's true, but men prefer the same. Most men do not like getting their manhood bitten on because she knew. Most men don't. No, most men want the woman to be turned out. They don't want her to be, as they say, traditional or let's say vanilla, right? They don't want her to be vanilla. But I know too many women who are vanilla because they say, I'm traditional. I don't have no business putting my mouth down there. I don't have no business doing that. That's not how God made me. I've seen that. I have seen that traditional mindset. Okay, it exists there too. But nobody wants that. Nobody wants no dead fish. Nobody want no flat fish. Like, nobody want that. But it's like, what are we talking about? Most men like a woman that know herself sexually, that can be open and expressive with them, right? But how do you get there? Like,
It's categorically not true.
What's
so
that?
This is the thing, right? To take it back, men don't really want virgins. What they want is children.
Yeah.
And they want children not for the sexual component, right? I know PDF file gets tossed around a lot. They want children for control. They want children so that they can mold their personality archetype. But there are plenty of men that want vanilla women. This is why there's the theory of the Madonna whore complex. For a lot of men, psychologically, they cannot have a meaningful relationship with a woman that has a wanton sexual abandon. Like that's part of like psychosis to be able to not be able to see the two portions of the personality blended into one woman. To literally need to see two separate parts. And Italian culture really makes that a big deal of it, expressing it and showing it, especially through digital media, right? When we look at mob movies, what do you always see in the mob? They have the wife and then they have the goomba, right? The wife, what are you doing? That's the mother of my kids. You understand what I'm saying? And when they find out that the mother of their children has that side to them, they get in their feelings and they feel a type of way. Unfortunately, that is very much reflective in men as a whole. For the person that is the vessel to bring their children through, they don't really want her sucking on an eggplant, because then she got to take that same mouth and go kiss their children. You understand what I'm saying? They don't really want her to be a freak like that, because then the kids can hear. You understand what I'm saying? And that has an influence on the children.
But if he can't step out, now we got a problem.
Right. But this is the thing. So that's why I said it's a psychosis. It's a mental problem, because for the woman in the house, they want her to be purist, but they still have those sexual desires. So that's why they need to go in the street to feed that desire and get that energy off. Yeah. So when you have men that are low functioning mentally, psychologically, this is what we get. So when I hear these men talk about I'm gonna step out and have some outside sex. Yeah, because you have low mental capacity. Because you look at your wife as a Madonna, but you're perfectly comfortable with the whores in the street. The problem that I have is with the whores in the street. Because sometimes these men have these whores sitting on these platforms right next to them. So if you listening to this man tell you that you're not good enough to be a wife, but you know you're a side chick, fuck is wrong with you? Hold that line. If you know that you have a husband, why the fuck are you in a whole bunch of men's faces out here looking like 12 years a slave and shit? I don't really be understanding it. Like, I'm trying to keep it real nice, but it is what it is, kid. You got a lot of these people that be out here playing in your face, because you have a lot of bitches. One of the things my good sis Miss Ocean is always talking about is these virtue signaling assholes. Now, there was one woman in particular that was up here in a fake ass hijab, virtue signaling, but then was busting it wide open on the OnlyFans. There's another chick that be running around in the hijab, but she got on extra tight pants and looking like a whole prostitute from the neck down, smoking weed and drinking. These are not the principles. A lot of people is out here faking. And the FBI been ripping the Band-Aid off on you hoes all year, and we is not gonna stop.
Whole lot. Listen, and who was it? Young Riaz, when you were saying that you gonna go get you a Muslim woman. Listen, I shout out all day to the Ummah, okay? But be careful out there in the Ummah, okay? Because divorce is pretty high out there too, because it doesn't even matter. Like, I'm just saying, and what Ross saying is the truth. We have been on this stage letting you people know that just because somebody comes on a panel and tells you shame, don't mean that they not on some pagan shit in the background. Don't mean they really believe in what they talking about. Just because Crimson Cure come on, and I'm sorry to have to drop the name, just because somebody comes on and tells you, well, this is what black women do and da-da-da-da-da, you don't know their life in the background. You really don't know their life in the background. And truth be told, it's money in telling black men that black women ain't shit. It's money in that. It's money in looking virtuous, like you're the top pick. It's money in that. It's money in coming on panels with your breast cut down low and your tits up here, and you're talking about how women don't respect themselves. Like, it's money to be made. Shout out to all the male panels that like to have ladies' night. Shout out to y'all. It's money to be made. Like,
shout out to all the ladies that be up there lying like shit. Shout out to all the ladies that be up there virtual signaling, but be getting the trains ran on them when they go to the meetups. Let me shut up. Go ahead, Lola.
Shout out to y'all. Shout out to the ones who got whole husbands up here looking like prostitutes and strippers every day, talking about how women aren't ready for what's coming. But every time you look up, they looking like a literal stripper, like, but they're supposed to be married, like, and their husbands, they're supposed to be submissive to their husbands. But every day when you look in their chat, all of this is thirsty niggas because there's no females there, there's no female audience, but they're there. Like Ross said, you married, but all you around is a bunch of niggas every day, like talking about women. Like, who is you? Like, who are you? I'm just
with your titties to the moon. With your titties to the moon.
Okay.
Showing off your whole body. Pay your ass over the camera for a cash app and a super chat. What's happened? Y'all husbands not providing for you.
That part, and nobody wants to question that. Why are you online talking like this and looking like that? Is it because y'all can't make your bills? Is it really because of that? Like, seriously, why you can't come on and just look normal, right? And I'm not telling nobody how to look, but when you come out the gate, right, looking in such a way that if I showed that picture, and I trust me, I did that for some of these content creators. I took the photograph and took the head off and just showed it to some of my family members, and it was like, if I start dressing like this, what would you think of me? Certain people was like, I wish you might. Play games if you want to. Like, seriously. But these are the women that y'all will sit and see online and see them married and act like y'all about to find a bitch that look like that, talk like that. Like, no, this was what we call a double mind. Yeah, this right here. You think you about to find a nice sister, right? That's what you think you're going, but this is what you get. Like, remember the girl, remember that girl from Lapeef, little Lebanese chick? Remember that one?
Mm-hmm.
Remember that one? And then when people found out what her real situation was, you see what I'm saying? But before they knew that, it was about her talking about black women like disparagingly. But then we find out about who she really is. We like, yo, what the fuck? You see what I'm saying? The virtue signaling is hardcore out here, okay? Hardcore. And all I'm saying is, for what? What are you doing that for? What you doing that for? Like, you don't need to do that. You really don't. You're doing too much, as they say. In my case, I get it. I do too little, but y'all doing too much.
Now y'all cosplaying femininity. That's another thing that gets on my nerves. But
yeah,
I want to look at. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about this, and then we're gonna look at the next video. Y'all are cosplaying femininity. Just like masculinity is not a one size fits all dichotomy, neither is femininity. Who the hell do you people think that you are? You are literally sitting on panels day and night, not getting up to go to the bathroom, not wiping your coochie.
14
Right. You ain't cooking no meals. You ain't cleaning shit. I bet you if I go to your house, your baseboards are dirty than the fuck. Okay. Your laundry is not done. We know you got piles of clothes all over the place. You see these people, they show you their cars and shit is dirty as hell. Their windows are dingy because you can tell this when they go live and people make them cam up on the panel and they're in the car and the car is looking like, well, what the hell happened there? If you can't keep your car clean, we know ain't nothing else really clean because the car is like, you don't have to leave trash in there. Like literally as you go, you can take the garbage out with you. Y'all be having kids, y'all kids be screaming in the background. We don't even see you do it. This one real quick, leave to go see what's good with your kids. They come back, you just put yourself on mute because y'all so busy chasing clout. Y'all not feminine. Y'all be out here having husbands and shit like that, and y'all be disrespecting your husbands live and filter and live in color. It's done in 4K. But then pretending like it is what it is. No, ma'am, no God, no sir. Well, y'all be arguing with these dudes, and y'all be talking to me. First, you know what? I'm gonna need all the good, virtuous wives to stay off of the internet in 2026.
Yeah,
because you didn't go from stripping on poles and shit. Now you're a virtuous woman. Were you a virtuous woman when you were having plastic surgery to be the number one stripper? Were you a virtuous woman when you went and got that BBL? You're a virtuous when you getting veneers and shit like that done. Are you getting them veneers done for yourself, or are you getting for your husband, or are you getting them done for the public so that you can make yourself more attractable to other men, which is a disrespect to your husband?
Right.
See, get too nice. Slice the dicey bitches and your hoes. What you talk about? I heard something Gucci. You black women that keep saying that white men are better. Guess what? Go get you one.
Right. Go get one.
Right. If you had a white man that was better and that was giving you money, you know what you wouldn't be able to be doing? Being on the internet all day because that white man would be taking you outside.
If you really had a white man that was worth his salt, you wouldn't be online showing your tits off on OnlyFans, collecting money like he ain't taking care of you. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if you need to collect money for something that truly ain't even your talent, it's just you just needing to collect money. At the end of the day, your man ain't doing something for real. I wish I would be out here telling y'all, hey, just check out my OnlyFans, check out my YouTube, check out my this, check out my products, check out my this, check out my this, check out that. But my man taking care of me. What? Hell no. Your man ain't taking care of you. You taking care of him. Making sure that you going 50-50 with him at minimum. Because listen, I remember one girl, you know who I'm talking about, the darker skinned girl that always talk about how she married to a white dude whenever these men is there. But every time she on the panel, she got to have her night clothes on, just a bra, and showing how sexy she is and talking about how sexy she is. And I'm like, yo, you got to be a lesbo, because I don't know why you talk about yourself like that. Like, you telling people that you were sexy. Like, why don't somebody else tell you that? But she always would come on the panel kind of touting that her husband is white and he makes all this money. But then on the flip side, what is it? She had something on OnlyFans for $6 a month.
Yep, and it was free trials.
Free trials. But this is your husband, though. Your husband is out here letting you prostitute yourself online. And I guess he's doing that because y'all need the money. Because if he don't need the money, you need the money. But how do you need the money, but he don't? How the fuck that work? This is what I'm saying. Y'all be disrespecting your husbands for real. And it's like you don't even see yourself. But in 2026, all I'm saying is just do less. Don't talk about dumb shit online. Don't do it. Don't be trying to impress niggas that really ain't paying your bills for real. Like, you don't have to do that. These niggas don't owe you that shit to be on panels talking. What are you doing? That's why whenever I am on panels with people I know for real, like I know them like in the flesh, I'm still asking, why are we talking about this? What's going on in our personal lives that we're talking about this? I've had that question. Like what's like the last panel I was on, the question to me was, how is it that you can be with somebody who you don't share the same religion with and y'all have a successful relationship? And the question was, how do you do it? Right. And so there was that breakdown of what that person has to mean to you, what religion and spirituality has to mean to you, and how that has to come together, and the baseline that needs to be there. Right. That's not a dick and pussy conversation. That's not a let me put my relationship on blast to let somebody else know that I'm in one and I'm better than you sort of thing. That's not what that is. People just know what I do in real life. So it's like, okay. And I'm not saying I don't have problems. Raw knows I have problems. I work through my problems, but I don't work through my problems online though. Like not online.
Because people are just weird. Like you don't have to be a carbon clone of somebody in order to make a relationship work. That's why a lot of y'all relationships don't work. The key to all great relationships is communication. And this is why a lot of y'all don't have friends either. Fuck a intimate and a romantic relationship. Let's just talk about friendships, which is actually the cornerstone and the baseline of a healthy, sustainable relationship. Most of you can't keep friends past a couple of months. And I have been on this platform for 6 years now. And I have watched people fall in and out of friendship with each other at an alarming rate. I don't know nothing about that because I've had friends in my, if I call you my friend, then you are blessed and highly favored because you will be my friend until the day I die, even if I don't talk to you every day. I was just on the phone with my friend on Christmas Eve because it's her birthday and my sister's birthday. So happy birthday to you three. Happy birthday to the trio. We have been friends since we were like 12, 13 years old. We're in our 40s now. We'll be friends until the day we die. I have a cluster of people, and I've been telling people from the beginning, everybody is not your friend. Everybody is not your partner. And it is very hard. There is damn near no friends on YouTube. If you're on YouTube with someone every day, that's not your friend. It's once you come away from this platform, once you have conversations and interactions where the differences in your personality archetypes meet each other and you're able to wade through that, that is when friendship is built. That is when relationship is built, because that is when respect is on the table and respect is fostered. So these people are telling you very superficial, sentient talking points like you're a fucking NPC instead of a human being. Stop being an NPC in somebody else's game. Now, but we're going to look at this video because YouTube Unfolded wanted us to react to this video. She wants to hear our thoughts. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right. Now, this lady, child, this story is wild. Let's listen.
Left a first date that I was really looking forward to in under 2 minutes because I was told that it was a surprise tour or something comfortable. I said, comfortable? He said, yeah, act like it is a lounge day at home. So I throw on some sweatpants, an NBC sweatshirt, some tennis shoes, my hair in a bun, no jewelry, no nothing. Why does this man try to walk me into a fine dining restaurant? I immediately know. I turned around and walked out. As soon as you meet me, you want to level the playing field by humbling and or embarrassing me, by bringing me out to a place where you know that I am underdressed. Absolutely not. So I went and got myself some fast food, sitting in the car. Old me would have tried to figure out why I would have messaged him. I would have been like, how could you embarrass me like that? Now, immediately blocked. You showed me who you were. You don't have to show me twice. You will never, ever have the opportunity to try to humble me again.
Help me understand something, Roy. So she meant to go on a date, right? And so she knew she was going on a date. She just didn't know where she was going.
Yeah, he told her dress comfortable.
And when she got to the meeting place, he took her into a upscale restaurant.
He was trying to, yes.
And she recognized that it was a play. Is that what it is?
Well, according to that part of the story, she felt like he was trying to humble her. She felt like he set her up to look like a fool. There's more parts to it.
Okay.
This most recent one, and hope that enough of you see it. The 3 questions that I keep getting asked are: 1, what was he wearing? 2, what was the dialogue? And 3, did you not just Google the restaurant? So what was he wearing? When I FaceTimed him an hour or 2 beforehand, I said, hey, is this outfit okay? He told me the area we were going to be in, but not what we were going to be doing. So I looked, we were going downtown. So I looked and saw that there were several activities that we could possibly be doing. So I said, hey, is this outfit okay? He said, yeah, perfect. At that point in time, he was wearing a college hoodie and jeans, or like jogger jeans. I thought that's what he would be wearing. Super casual. No, when I saw him, he had on a crisp white button-down navy dress pants that had been pressed, dress shoes, and it looked like he had come directly from the barber. He had a fresh haircut and a fresh shave. What was the dialogue? For me, nothing. I looked around, realized the situation I was in, turned on my heel and left. He did attempt to laugh it off, say, hey, I was joking. Come on, it's just a joke. I was just joking. When that didn't work, he said, come on, let's go sit down. And then he yelled, when none of those things got me to stop walking, he yelled at me, come sit down, which almost made me check, almost. Like, who are you? But I didn't. I just kept walking. And I think I already answered this, but no, I didn't just Google the restaurant because I did not know exactly where we were going to be, only within a few blocks, and saw that there were several activities that we could be doing in that area. I don't let men pick me up from my home, and I don't like meeting exactly in the, like, I don't want them to know what I drive if it can be helped, or meeting in the same place, like the parking lot of the restaurant we're going to or whatever, because I have been followed home twice. So I try to be super, super cautious when it comes to that type of stuff.
So it sounds like homie was trying to send a point through a joke to see how she would take it. That's called a shit test. And that's a weird shit test, because I would have seen what you was doing, went in that restaurant, ordered everything I wanted, and then afterwards you'll never hear from me again. I would have said bye to you nicely. And then that's it. I wouldn't have not took the money. I would have went right in there with my head held high, like, hey, everybody. And I would have eaten. But see, she wanted to take the extra high road. I'm not taking the extra high road. I'm going to sit right there in that restaurant, order everything, and make sure I send the message. Yeah, I'm a ratchet bitch. I want all your money on this plate. Snow crabs, everything. Since that's how you want to be, I'm going to play right into it. Right like that. Because dating is something that's important. People don't understand that years ago, there used to be laws against wasting people's time in the dating phase. Ever I sent you that video? Like, it used to be laws against it. You could get sued in court for dating someone and playing games. Dating, not marrying, dating. So, you know, if y'all men nowadays want to get online and listen to all this red pill content, and then you want to get in real life and act like that shit actually like plays out in any positive way, listen, you might as well go get you a lady boy that understands you on a different level.
Well, this is the thing. I don't think you need a lady boy, but I think that humor has to be in alignment, because having different humor styles can be very much problematic in relationships. But I also think that Shorty was a little bit in the wrong.
You say in the wrong or wrong?
In the wrong. In the wrong.
In the wrong. Okay.
Because here's the thing. You're going on a first date. This is the first time you're going to meet somebody face to face. So I've been on dates before where the man has told me, oh, you know, come dress comfortable, right? That doesn't mean that I abandon all forms of societal norms because I'm being comfortable. Like, I wore a very nice, you know, jogger suit, maybe, but it was still very clean, still very much amenable to go anywhere. I may not have felt dressed to the nines, but I wouldn't have been embarrassed with a nice, cute little pair of boots. Like, I think when we're going to meet people for the first time in person, you should still look nice and you should still look put together. She could have wore a pair of jeans, a nice pair of boots, and a shirt and still been comfortably relaxed, but still able to go to dinner. It's not like she said he pulled up in a tux. He pulled up in a button up and a pair of slacks. It's a first date. That's you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're pulling up on the first date like you're already in a relationship, are you putting your best foot forward for the relationship? Now, this is where I feel like feminism has become a bit toxic, right? Because women are always looking for men to make the play for dominance. You want a dominant man unless you want a man that you can lead around by the tie on the leash. You want a man to have presence. You want a man to be able to be a leader. And a lot of women say that they don't want a man like that. But then you look at relationships and you look at men that are on the softer side of things and how those men do not sustain relationships. So I think a lot of women are lying when they say that, right? But again, if you're gonna have this role of equality, then yeah, what restaurant are we going to? So I can peep the seat and I know what to do. If you don't want somebody to know where you live at or know what car you're driving, then take an Uber. Yeah, I'm gonna take an Uber, so I need the address. See, that's a smart play. Like, women act like they are not responsible for anything in this dating game. And in 2026, I'm not going for it. I'm not gonna virtue signal with y'all hoes, but I'm gonna tell you flat up and down. Like, y'all have responsibility to know what the fuck is going in this situation. This woman should have known what restaurant she was going to. Oh, I looked at the general area. Okay, if I look at the general area in my downtown area, you could be going anywhere from a food truck to going to the Robinson Center to go see a play or a symphony. What exactly is it that we're going to do?
But see, Ross, she did say they was on FaceTime, and she asked him, "Is what I have on? Is that okay?" Now, granted, if she wasn't dressed to go on a date and then asked, "Is this okay?" And that's her being lazy. But he said, yeah, that's fine. And he was playing with her.
So now, let me ask you a question, honestly. You ain't never FaceTime with somebody and playing their face a little bit about what you have on to undersell yourself or over deliver?
I'm rarely on FaceTime, but I've seen females that have done that.
Right, you be on FaceTime with somebody before you come. You don't even really have your hair done. You know what I'm saying? You go through, you zhuzh it up so your hair. All right, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I can't. But make your hair look a little. You try to make your hair look a little wild. You know, maybe you don't have your face beat down to the guards or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You might be in little raggedy ass pajamas. And then you get off that FaceTime, you go ahead, hop in the shower, you steam out the clothes or whatever, and then you put on for your city before you go outside. Like, I think for some people, that's a flirting tactic. And thank you, Yusuf Unfolded, for this video, because I think, you know, I knew me and Lola were more likely than not going to have a difference of opinion on this one. But I think this is a conversation that needs to be had amongst women. Don't let people catch you. A man can't ever catch you in the trick bag if you're not being lazy and in your trick bag. Yeah. Yes. It's great. It's great to go on a date in your sweats with a messy bun and a hoodie. When you're a couple.
Yeah, when you're a couple, yeah, that makes sense. But not before then, yeah, no.
Thank you, Renee. Just make sure and come through and check out the other content that we have done previously. Thank you. Look forward to seeing you again. Yes. But
no, I agree with you there. Like she was being lazy, and honestly, as a first date, I would never go no place. Well, you can see how she dressed right there. Down for her means like extra down, and so she was being lazy. And I mean, this is just a circumstance where you got two immature people. She's not mature enough to understand how you show up on a date should be similar to the way you show up on a job interview. You should know your audience. If you're trying to look nice for him, for yourself, then look nice. But if he tells you what you got on is okay, on the first date, he shouldn't have to tell you what to wear. Like if he tell you we're going out, like you said, if you wear some nice jeans and a blouse, that's enough. Now, if he tell you, okay, we going to the Ritz-Carlton or something, and there's a gala, then that might be different. But if he's just saying we're going to be downtown, you could put on something nice. But the fact that you didn't want to put on nothing nice, maybe it was glad that he skipped over you, because that says a lot about you. That in the future, when it's time for you to dress up and you don't feel like it, you're not the type of female that want to sell yourself. You want him to just be attracted to you for no apparent reason. But on that note, yeah. But see, I'm not letting that nigga get off the hook for playing with that girl. With that's some shit my father would do.
But I mean, that's part of the game, right? That's part of the dating game. People are going to play. So if you're going to be out here playing, then you have to know how to play that game. Because honestly, what she was looking for was someone to give her direction and dominance. Right. So this is where I have issue with feminism and the feminist talking point. You can't have it out of both pants legs. Either you're in control or you want your partner to be in control.
Yeah.
So if you want your partner to be in control, then that means you have certain requirements that you have to maintain to satisfy someone that is being in control. Mm-hmm. Even in how she was talking about it, yeah, the joke wasn't cool to a degree, but let's look at it honestly. If someone invites your child somewhere, right, and they say, oh yeah, we're going out, we're hanging, we're doing something fun, and they show up and they're out of place, you know, you've taught your child which events to show up to looking like what? Sweatpants and a messy bun and sneakers is something for like, if we're kicking it and we're going to brunch or we're just going to catch a movie, yeah, we're doing a lo-fi dinner.
Yeah.
If you've been with someone for like 6 months to a year, oh, we're doing a relaxed Trader Joe's Sunday or something like that. That's a different story. It, like Lola said, you have to be job interview ready on the first date, because ultimately you're interviewing for a job.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of women that responded too. You ready to hear what they have to say?
We're gonna see their comments, or they actually like was talking.
Oh no, it's TikTok, so they stitched it. It's TikTok.
Oh, okay. Let me see this. I'm not used to this. Y'all know. Oh God, here we go.
Absolutely testing you, and you're absolutely right. He wanted you to feel some kind of way. He was probably intimidated by your beauty, what you look like when you're all dolled up, and he was like, you know what? I'm going to make her feel insecure right away. I'm going to start as early as the first date. This was a test. It reminds me of a video that I did a while ago where a man invited a woman out for a date and didn't tell her where they were going. He also went out of his way to make sure that she was not dressed appropriately for their date. They get there and he's taking her on a 5-mile hike as a test. He's testing her to see if she would complain, if she would follow his leadership. Like some of them, they do this on purpose. They read from the same script. They're following the same Red Pill Manosphere podcast, and they're always taking the advice of horrible men who will keep them single. Everything about that was intentional, and it was designed to make you feel insecure, because the truth is, he probably was. Ladies, you have to understand that a lot of these things that these men do, they are not unintentional. They are tests designed to gauge your level of desperation, to see if you're insecure, to see what weaknesses within you they can exploit. There's no reason to follow up with that man, because all he would do is try to gaslight you and make you feel like, I'm just a silly man. I don't know what I'm doing. Yes, he does.
I saw a video this past weekend of a young lady who went on a first date that lasted 2 minutes, and her date told her how to dress super casual. She even saw him on FaceTime. She was wearing a sweatshirt. He said, yep, that'll work. He was wearing a hoodie. She thought it was cool. When they caught up with each other, he was dressed to the nines, essentially. He had a white button-down shirt, dress pants, clean-cut hair, and he thought it was funny. And he attempted to bring her, and for a moment, she went into a very high-class restaurant. And she decided she wasn't going to play this game anymore, this game of humiliation. And she turned around and started to leave. And he called to her and said, oh, come on, I'm just joking. And she continued to walk. She didn't offer any feedback. He called out again, but I was just joking, something like that. She continued to walk, didn't offer any feedback. And then he said, get back here now. And she said, for a moment, for a brief moment, she was going to speak to that. But she didn't. She turned around and she walked away. And I could not be more proud of a woman who deliberately chose to not even remotely entertain the humiliation. It triggered a similar story with me. When I was in my 20s, so I was young, not fully understanding narcissism or manipulation or anything like that in relationships, but I had an ex-boyfriend who wanted to talk to me. And he said, I want to take you someplace really, really nice, have a great conversation, dress to the nines. And I thought, wow, this is really great. He's turning over a new leaf. So I put on dark stockings, because that was the thing then, a short black skirt, but just above the knees. That was short to me, a sweater, whatever. I looked beautiful. He picked me up. He looked great. He was dressed. He proceeded to drive us to the mall. And we got to the mall and I was like, what are we doing here? And he said, I just got to make a stop. We go into the mall, into the food court, and he takes me to the counter of Taco Bell. I didn't realize then he was setting me up for manipulation. But I knew enough to understand that I wasn't going to feed into it. So I didn't say, hey, why did you bring me here? Hey, what happened to our nice dinner? I played along. And it was really, really hard to do. My point is, we have to build the muscle within us to recognize this level of abuse. And it is abuse. It's the beginning of something that could be far, far worse. We have to be willing to not only recognize it, we don't owe them any concession of any kind. We don't owe them, well, maybe they're having a bad day, or maybe they really think they're a comedian. We don't owe them that. We need to do exactly what she did. Say nothing, turn around, and walk away. There is such an incredible amount of power in that.
I just saw a video of a girl who.
So we're thinking that's abuse?
I think that's a harsh word. Abuse. I think it was. I don't think it was well calculated. But to say it's abuse, I think she's taking it too far.
Right, and that's the point. So I get people wanting to be upset and be outraged, selective ass outrage, but we'll get back to this. Let's look at like what it is, like first date outfits. You see, this is comfortable, right? That's regular, and it's still comfortable. Comfortable. Casual, still nice enough for a nice dinner, but comfortable. Comfortable. Like, what are we talking about for real? Comfortable. Still would have been appropriate for a nice dinner. Comfortable. Again, like, there's so many different ways that comfortable can be interpreted. Are people on social media actually telling you shit that you can use and teaching you how to better yourself, or are they commiserating with you?
I think it's a bit of both. I think there's some commiserate, and then there's some ill advice in terms of dating, and then there's some scorning too going on. It's just some scorning, because like women play games with men just like what he did. They'll show up, they'll make a date with him, and then they'll show up with their best friend and say, well, she's here because, I just wanted to make sure everything was okay. Can you buy both of us a meal? Meanwhile, that wasn't part of the deal. Women play them fucking games like that too. So it's like, what are we doing here? Is that just as much abuse? What are we supposed to do with women that do fuck shit like that? What are we supposed to do with y'all? Throw y'all into the fish tank too? But it's not abuse. I personally, I wouldn't have told anyone to do anything on some playful shit when I don't really know them like that. Yeah, I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have played the 50 for real like she did. Like, oh, he said this is okay, and this is a first date. If this is a first date and he don't mind you looking like you not on a first date, and you know he's really trying to get to know you and stuff, he could be trying to see how you really dress, if you dress like a hoe or what have you. But in her case, she don't know how to dress. And she need direction for everything she do, but she don't know how to take direction. She need it, but she don't know how to take it. So it's like, yeah, we've seen a couple things through this incident. But for these other females that are commentating, I think they're commentating on the fact that they see a woman that feels hurt behind what happened, and they're jumping on the bandwagon to say, yeah, you showed him, when in fact, she didn't show him anything other than, okay, she's just not the one for him. When he took and decided to tell her, get back here, I think he made a very big mistake. It's like, you don't have authority in her life to speak to her that way, to tell her what to do. Like, you've played a trick on her, one, which says you know, y'all don't know each other like that. So you don't command authority in her life like that. Men that are actually taking care of you, adding to your life, can command authority over you like that. He made that mistake. And here's the thing, he's giving these traveling pant girls ammunition by doing stuff like that. I hope that don't happen. But again, my father then played tricks on people he was in a relationship with like that. Like, he gave one of my aunts who he had dated or whatever, he gave her a very big box, like a present, right? It was like big. And then opened it and it was another present. And he had like 10 presents in small boxes. And then it looked like an engagement ring box. And when she opened it, it was a note that asked her, why is she digging? I told my father, you lucky she didn't cheat on you.
You said, why is she living?
Why she digging? Like 10 boxes all in each other. And then when she opened the last little box that looked like a ring, it's a little note that say, why are you digging? Like, what you looking for? No ring, just. And then he had the nerve to marry my mother, of all people.
That is hilarious. That's funny. But
that's why I said this sound like some shit he would do. Erroneously, yeah.
But this is, I don't know, like, I get it. I get why women are feeling a type of way. I think they are vicariously living through the trauma. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think once he saw the disappointment in her face and he realized that his jokes didn't land, he was trying to have a conversation with her, which wasn't the wisest thing to do, not in that moment.
Yeah.
However, like, I don't take it that he was trying to have authority. It's just like, yo, we're vibing, you know what I'm saying? Okay, I may have played it the wrong way. Let's have a discussion about it.
He said, get back here.
Well, this is what she's saying. This is a woman that didn't understand how to dress comfortably on the first date.
Oh, see, she said this is the same woman that don't know how to dress.
So, you know, I don't know if maybe she's putting 20 on 10 because her first video went a little bit viral that she said she left the date in 2 minutes. So we don't even know for real that the dude did show up in a button down and some slacks. What? You too fool to this true. She ain't know what to wear on the first date. And y'all know how virility goes. Somebody has a video that goes viral, and that's a different, you know what I'm saying? It's a different rush. It's a serotonin rush. Mm-hmm. And sometimes people will do and say anything to keep that viral sensation going along, whether it's the truth or not. Mm-hmm. But still in all, comfortable first date is, that's where I'm stuck on. Like, anything after her showing up in a messy bun and a sweatshirt with some skips,
Yeah, that was her not thinking. Honestly, again, no matter. Okay, so not that this is about dating, right? But from somebody who was in my 40s that I've dated, one thing you have to keep in mind is that when you are being courted, okay, because we use the word dated, but when you're being courted, people are courting you because they're trying to get to know the real you. Like some people may put you in circumstances just to see how real will you show up. When you show up, right, you show up at your best. And if they want to see what your lease looks like, they might do stuff like what he did to say, hey, just come comfortable to see what do you think comfortable is on a first date. And when you come looking like Molly the rag doll, now he understand what his bottom line, what you gonna be. So, but if you would have came dressed like, you know, you about to meet the president, he would have seen, oh, you that kind of female, you okay. It works the same way backwards. But I would err on the side of advice to say wherever you go comfortably, but go showing up the way you want people to remember you. And if somebody takes you to McDonald's or Taco Bell and they say, hey, we're going out on a date and stuff like that, what they're trying as a woman, you should understand what their brain cells are trying to do. They're trying to see, are you bougie? Right? They're trying to see that. That's how men think. Let me take her to a low grade thing and see how she responds and see, okay, well, can she be with me when I don't have money? Right? That's what they really trying to understand. Now, if you're the type of female where you date based on your class, you can clearly tell that this guy's not of your same class if that's not how you eat on a daily basis. But if you more on the level like where people might in your class eat at McDonald's or Taco Bell, for him taking you there on a first date says he's trying to see who you really are at your core. Do you expect him to perform for you all the time? Like he wants to know that. Now you can be nice and say, let me just go on a date, get to know him. And if the second date is like that, right? Same thing. You can make determinations on what you think this is going to be. Because some men do shit like that. They will try to cheap you out to get ass. Now, like Ross said, don't give up no more ass. Stop giving up ass all the fucking time. It's never worked. Stop it. Date these dudes like a virgin, okay? Like seriously.
No, this is the thing. They're dating you, chasing the coochie. This is why Steve Harvey wrote that in that book, Think Like a Man, the 90-day rule, and now that it's out there, you know, they hip to the game, ladies. So don't think that because you holding it down for 90 days, he's necessarily being faithful to you in that 90 days. The point is not the actual amount of days. The point is to build a rapport, to get to know each other, to be immersed, so that when he's sleeping with you, whenever you decide to give up the coochie, he's not just looking at you as a jack-off toy. He's looking at you as a whole human being.
Right. Yeah. If you're in a relationship, then you can say, okay, this is it. Now if you're waiting for marriage, okay, fine. But if you once you get into a relationship with somebody and you feel like this is what you want to do with them, then like that. But if from now on in 2026, I don't want to see no more females getting their heart broke because they went on a first date and did something with somebody they don't know, or a second date or whatever the fuck, and then realize, okay, he was just doing this to get this. And now, because you know, we're telling you, they told you several times, stop doing that shit. It don't serve you. It's not getting you no money. It ain't making you age backwards. Stop it. Okay? Like, just stop. All right? Men are still going to be there. They chasing. They still going to be there. But what you're trying to figure out is this the one that you want to allow in your life, like that's going to be there? So you got to see more from him than dates. So if he take you to Taco Bell, go to Taco Bell. Have a nice time. Then just go have a nice time. If he takes you to like in her case, you show up and he want to see if you can sit in a restaurant around other people and be comfortable in your down clothes, get real comfortable. Just play into it. Don't not play into it. And if you, after the date, you can ask him and say, hey, did you have me dress the way this because you wanted me to see if this is how I normally dress, or if I'm okay with being dressed down around upscale people. Like, why did you do that? Now, once they tell you why, and he might come out and say, well, you know what, it was a bit of a trick. I did want to see how you would respond. You can let him know, like, listen, normally I don't show up like that, but I would appreciate it if me and you understood each other from now on, that I don't do that, and see what happens. But here's the thing: don't do what she did and just walk out like you got an attitude and shit like that. Take and eat the food, even if you don't want to see him no more. Eat the food and then leave and don't call. I've done that a couple times. Dudes did something crazy to me on a date. I stayed and ate all the crab cakes. I really did. And then I left and politely. They dropped me off, and that was it. I didn't fight with nobody. I didn't walk away like my head stomping and stuff like that. Like,
see, I'm gonna let y'all know the truth. See, Lola over here playing with you. She trying to mommy you, okay?
No.
I'm gonna be the auntie. I'm that auntie you need in your life, girl. Don't ask him shit, girl. If you gonna sit there on that date, sit there on that date and pay attention to the conversation. When he go to reach for his wallet to pay for you before he even reach for it, say you gotta go to the bathroom.
What?
Say you gotta go to the bathroom, pull the waitress to the side. Now you could be a real G and pay for the whole bill, or you could just pay for you. And if by that portion of the day that you finish eating your food, he ain't talking shit that make no sense, go ahead and walk your ass out the door. But if he is talking shit that makes some sense, you sit down, back down at the table after the bill is covered, and then you just look at it. And then when he's asking for the bill, the bill's already covered. Now, if he was on some bull and he was really being malicious, it's gonna show all over his face. Now you know everything you need to know. I don't believe that women should be going on the first couple of dates without having their own sex. Women everywhere to stop showing up on these dates with these dudes and giving them the opportunity to put you in a compromising position. And a lot of men nowadays is giving you badass advice.
No, I told you I don't do that. What you just said, Rob. That's what I personally. That's what I do. But see, in his case, she don't even know if he was gonna pay for the bill or if she had the bill or asked for it. She don't know. She just stopped right there after 2 minutes, literally. And so I'm saying, in her case, listen. Even if you was gonna pay for the date and you knew you didn't want to see him no more, just go through with it and just hold your composure. But what she did was caught an attitude, started walking. I don't know why she ain't catch an Uber, but at the end of the day, showing your ass ain't gonna work either, huh?
Because she had to walk back to her car.
Oh, she walked back to her car. Okay. Well, still, if walking away with an attitude because of something like that, it's like I think you cut yourself short. Like, I've been on dates that didn't go nowhere, but one thing I'm not going to do is act pissy. Like, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to continue to be polite and do what I need to do. Even at Taco Bell, you take me to Taco Bell because you're trying to be cheap. I'm not going to act like, oh, I'm above Taco Bell. Every great now and then I'll get a taco. But I peep game. I don't need a whole lot. And if you ain't talking how I think you should be talking, like Ross said, I don't got to see you no more. Like, that is really that simple. But I don't have to let you beat. I don't have to let you eat. Like, none of that. So it is what it is. But copping an attitude and then calling it abuse and then talking like it's all men and you so broken up because somebody like tried to like, you know, see you in a certain way in terms of how you dress. Like you said, if you show up on a date in sweats looking crazy because you don't know how to really be on a date, okay. That's one for the ages. They got that. Don't do that shit no more.
Right, because that was the ultimate test. The ultimate test is that you're socially awkward and socially inept. You don't know how to carry yourself in certain situations. Period. And again, y'all, if y'all are feminists, right? All you feminists out there, why y'all not paying for the first dates? Why do y'all want traditional values, but say you want equality? I really don't get it. Me, I'm the type of person, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to show that you're a gentleman. And then if you don't behave a certain type of way, I'm gonna pay for me and I'm gonna dip out on you. I'm gonna tell y'all a true story. One time in band camp, before me and my husband got together, I was dating someone, right? We went in a nice dinner. I was polite. I said, hey, are you comfortable with me ordering this lobster? Can you afford it? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Order the lobster. I had lobster. They had chicken. They thought that lobster was going to give them immediate entry to the coochie. That was never the case. Y'all know I'm horrible. I don't believe in, sorry, you can't buy this coochie. There's no price high enough. So he caught an attitude. So the next time we went on a date, we went to get a steak. Where was it? I think it was Roadhouse. It was Roadhouse. I paid the ticket. I paid the whole meal on that ass. Then, oh, let's go to the bar, because now he understands the playing game is equal footing. No, nigga, you're not getting no box over here unless we have something in common and I have the desire to sleep with you, which I don't. So now the power energy is shifted. That's why men going to tell you, no, don't pay for your own day, because then they don't have the power. Snatch your power back, feminists. Rise up. That's equality. So then he wanted to go to the bar. I mean, he thought he was going to get me drunk. Didn't even work. But still, the point is this. Y'all let these dudes play you. And then you pay the freight, because then you give them coochie.
On top of it, yeah.
So
and then you turn around and have their baby.
Right. I'm not a feminist at all. I don't believe in feminism. I actually believe feminism is very detrimental to family movement. I believe feminism is a psyop and is an agent of chaos in our community specifically. But I'm telling you what the truth is. Facts.
I don't know what that is.
You can only be played if you allow yourself to be played. That's it, and that's all. You can have somebody complain about giving you a whole bunch of money. Yes, you gave me all that money, and you didn't even get no coochie.
You trying
to have somebody complain, oh, you showed me this. Yes, but did you get to smell it, taste it, touch it? Are you sure? You're not. Oh, well, I took you on all these dates. Did you get to smash? You didn't. Oh, you're mad because I went on dates with you and they didn't give you no coochie. What are we talking about?
Yeah, I think everything can be solved if females realize, hey, when you're in the dating phase, okay, you go 50-50. The dating phase in 2026 is 50-50. There is no the 100 and 0. It's 50-50. If he paid for the first date, you pay for the second date, or y'all do 50-50 or whatever the case may be. But some men won't deal with that. Some men, they are more traditional. They gonna want to pay for the meal. But if he paid for the meal, you over tip the waiter. Okay, like that's what you do. Or you pay
have
for
40 in cash just to throw on the table.
Right, like make it rain on the waiter or some shit. But in 2026, I don't want to see the more people complaining about getting got on no damn dates and getting played based on dates. Like, come on now.
And if I see you young ass girls, you YGs, if I see y'all on TikTok again talking about listen, there's one TikTok I seen this year that summarily pissed me off. Shorty said she went to Miami to see this dude. They went to the restaurant. She bought caviar, and then he went to the bathroom and he ditched her. Newsflash, shorty, caviar, it's not a meal. Caviar is an appetizer. So oysters are not a meal. Oysters are an appetizer. Y'all ain't never had nothing in life. Y'all going to these places and getting massive amounts of things you ain't never had. It shows how desperate you are, right? It shows, oh, shoot, I have the opportunity to get this. Let me go in because I ain't never going to have this opportunity again. And then when these men leave you there, you're further embarrassed because you don't have no money to cover yourself. I'm going to tell you what your mama should have told you. Don't you ever let no man embarrass you. Don't you let no man give you nothing that you can't give back. Don't you go nowhere that you cannot get yourself home from. And don't you ever leave the house without money in your pocket. And if you leave the house, you better not come home with no wet coochie and an empty pocketbook. What are you doing? What are y'all doing? I'll be confused.
They are little girls that they out there just got their feelings everywhere and shit. They are little girls. But I'm gonna be honest with you, either man, I've been to the Cheesecake Factory on a date, but I've also told one dude I didn't want to go to a restaurant. I told him I wanted to go to a store in Philly. Like there's a place that I like to go in Philly that like I stop past there when I'm on 95, when I'm on my way to New York. I usually stop past this one spot, and I like going past there. My father took me past there a few times. I've been there a lot. I like buying the foot, like the 3 feet long foot cheesesteaks. I like that, and so it's like, you know, you don't have to always take somebody to a restaurant for a date. Sometimes you can do other things. But I will be honest with you, in 2026, stop going to restaurants trying to date. How about y'all go someplace where you can just actually sit down and talk and not worry about eating? Eat at your house. The fuck? Seriously, stop trying to date at expensive restaurants that you don't eat at on a normal basis. Like, I don't eat at the Cheesecake Factory. I don't eat at the Steakhouse, Roadhouse, none of that shit on a regular basis. I don't at all.
I do. But this is it.
I don't. I'm out here couponing it up. If it ain't a coupon right now, I don't give a damn. I don't eat there, okay?
Look, I tell you, you got to treat yourself. But this is the thing. People say the Cheesecake Factory, like the Cheesecake Factory is low rent. This is how you know the delusions that people have.
You said low rent?
Yeah, that's what the Cheesecake Factory. I could never. The Cheesecake Factory is not cheap.
I can't afford the Cheese Factory, Jackie.
Right. Y'all act like y'all going to Papa Do's. Shout out to Papa Do's. Y'all act like y'all going to STK. Y'all act like y'all going to Ruth Chris. Y'all not going to these high-end 5-star Michelin inspired, Michelin recommended restaurants. Hell, Longhorn Steakhouse and Texas Roadhouse is owned by the same company and subsidiary.
How about the Double T Diner? Who owns?
Like, I hate all of you equally, men and you women. All y'all need to shut up.
Everybody.
Ultimately, if you're crying about the cost of a date, it's not something that you could do for yourself. That being said, oh, we were talking about blood types earlier, Sunflower Child. Let me end that poll. I forgot I put that poll up there. Thanks for the reminder. Appreciate you.
Oh, okay. I was getting ready to say, what is it? Okay, I see what you're saying.
Wait, that's way early in the show. They gotta catch up.
That's real early. Like, wait a minute there.
Yeah.
I see it, but see, that's what I'm saying. Everybody seems to think that when you date, you go to restaurants. Like the first line is go to a restaurant. What I'm saying is, if that's not your thing, or whatever the case may be, and it's getting out of hand, try doing other things for a first date. Like, you don't always have to go to a restaurant for a first date or any date. Just do something else. Like, it's other things to do.
No, because all y'all is big backs. Because y'all heard when we was watching that video. Shorty said, and he made her go on a 5-mile hike. And how horrible is that? What?
If he's a hiker, then why not? But okay. A friend of mine at work was like that. But he didn't trick her though. He told her to come with sweat clothes on and said, hey, let's exercise together. And it's not going to be a full exercise though. It's just going to be some light stuff. So she showed up and he took her to, where the Woodrow Wilson Bridge is at out here in DC.
Mm-hmm.
He took her there and they did a jog with her dog all the way across the bridge and back. And I noticed at work, she started losing weight while dating him and getting a little tight and right. But he's big into exercise. So he wanted to do something that, he's familiar with. And I thought that was cute because she showed pictures of him, her, and the dog exercising, jogging and stuff. And he had to carry her for the remainder of it, but because she couldn't make it.
I bet But you know, everybody is a big back attack. Like y'all big back attacks. This is why y'all love food.
She said big back attack. I'm a little bit of a big back, but I can let it go.
Look, I'm gonna drop this link. We're gonna give y'all like 20 minutes.
Who said hello from Baltimore, Maryland? Okay, just put the B more there. Everybody know we talking about when you say Baltimore, we ain't talking about no other state but Maryland. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
There's other Baltimores too, but we only talking about the one in Maryland.
Yes. Okay, so while we are waiting for y'all to come up, the link has been dropped in the chat. Let me make sure it's in. Yep, it's in both chats. Oh Lord. Here comes Either Man. Either Man want to fight with us. You ready?
Let me get my uppercut. Ready. Come on.
All right. Hello, Either Man.
How y'all doing today?
Finding you.
I think you just gotta be original. You gotta say, man, I'm gonna take you to this all you can eat place called Applebee's. You go to anything on the menu. I got you. You can get 2 for $20. You got kids, take one. You get that 2 for $20 and take a meal to your kids. Like you just gotta. Ain't nothing wrong with feeding kids and doing all this stuff. But I do disagree with y'all. On a real note, I disagree that a woman. I think you get 1 day for free. Like a man need to be okay with saying the first day he willing to pay. Now, I ain't trying to tell a woman to take them out 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, 16 times and abuse it. But that first day, I think it's only courtesy. And all of y'all feminists, right? If you look at what the definition of feminist is, can y'all hear me?
We letting you talk. I know you're not used to that. This is not them other panels. We like here.
No, I'm just asking shit. I was like, damn, they froze or something. Rob G ain't said nothing. No, I think that at the core, the majority of Americans are feminists. Now, it's a toxic version of it that we typically say that is the most of it. But wanting equal rights for women, we had a whole conversation about it. Most women want that. And most men, too. They want women to feel equal in this world. Now, the toxicity, when we go to far left feminists, the people who doing this extra stuff, most people don't agree with those things. But I think most people are feminists. But the whole point is, men, it really should be this. Back in the day, I remember when I used to go out, it was whoever invited, they typically pay. And the problem is men are typically the ones 99% of the time asking people on dates. That's why people think it was a gender thing. It was no, he was just, hey, can I take you on a date? I want to take you to a place. I got this place called Applebee's, Apple the Bees. That's how he's telling Apple the Bees. You got to say it a little different, make it feel like it's a little luxury. She a country girl. She might think she going somewhere nice, but that's neither here nor there. But the whole point is, it's supposed to be the person who invites. So if I came to your city and you was like, hey, I might take you to this cheesecake, cheesesteak place, typically I expect you to go pay for it. But it's not neither here nor there. I think these are broke people conversations. That's what it really comes down to. When you start talking about, oh, you paid $20, you supposed to get some ass. No, I'm supposed to get some ass because I'm eating man, not because I spent $22 on a meal.
No, okay, Either Man, these are not broke people conversations because there's people with money that be on these platforms, okay, that is up here having a conversation about the respectability politics behind asking and paying, behind sitting there and ordering lobster when she doesn't have the money to pay for it, what she's supposed to do if she does do that. These conversations is not taking place from people who are on social services. I assure you that. What I'm saying is in 2026, let's do something different. Like, let's stop going to restaurants all the time. Let's go to other things sometimes. When we do go to restaurants as women's, okay, because we talking to women's here, let's pay at least half the time so that we can get some leverage out here as real feminists. How about we do that? That's all we saying.
Right, because my thing is this, Either Man, like, I believe that women should have all the dates for free. But I believe that every date a woman goes to, she should always be prepared to pay, especially the first one. Because look, he fell off. Because the first dates get to be kind of toxic. Oh, okay, he back. He back. All right, because that first date has a tendency to be, it can go either way. Now, when I say I'm not a feminist, I'm talking about the different waves. There's 150 million different waves, and each one had their own brand of toxicity that's gone away from the equal rights of women into bashing men and causing divides in families, right? But either man is right. You should be treated as a woman if somebody is trying to build a relationship with you. But that also comes with discernment. You have to know if somebody's trying to date you because they want a relationship, or they're trying to take the exit ramp off the freeway to some coochie. Now, also, I believe in Olive Garden too. Frank, you said what's the first date idea? Endless bowls at Olive Garden. Take her ass to Endless Bowls at Olive Garden. Like,
That's my favorite restaurant.
right? It's
No,
fairly-
I got to go to the Korean steakhouse. It's all you can eat, but it's like $25 a person. But their steaks be like, it's all you can eat, and it oh my god, it's so good. And then the lamb too. But
right,
yeah,
like hibachi. The hibachi steaks are really good. Hibachi is like $25 for steak. You'll be all right. Like, if you're dating somebody and their sole emphasis is on the amount of money that you're spending, they are burner anyway. They are a smash and dash because it really don't matter.
Well, no, so that's the thing, because me and my brother, it's funny you having this conversation. Me and my little brother was talking about this because his friend said he was wrong because he called the girl, he told the girl, hey, I want you to put on something nice. And his friend's like, the restaurant you invited her to ain't something, put on something nice. And I told my little brother, I said, she put on something nice from the nigga that's sitting across. I'm sorry, I didn't even say nigga. The person that's sitting across the table. She supposed to be dressing for you, not the other people in the restaurant. So I don't care if y'all at McDonald's, if you told her to put on a prom dress, as long as you got your prom suit on, she's supposed to be dressing up for the person across the table. That's just my perspective. But I get what y'all guys saying, but I just think that you get 2.5 days, and 2.5 dates before at some point in time, if y'all talking about a romantic type thing, that man's gonna have some expectations or something. And if you don't like him like that, I know that sound crazy. I know that sound like it sound like 2.5 days. I think it's about 2, and about that half a date, that third date, if you feel like he ain't your type of person, you might need to go ahead and pay your half. That's the.
Listen, my thing is this: like, you can have all the expectations, and you can be turned off as you want, turned on as you want to be. And it's your job to break down the walls of Jericho. It's not my job to just lower the bridge and give you entry. But Frank, for some dates outside of the comedy outside of the restaurant, yes, the comedy club is a good one. Going for a walk in the park. Going to see a play, an outdoor concert, getting some tickets off Eventbrite, going to a festival, going to the farmer's market, going outside, going to Starbucks, having some coffee, going to church. Take it to church. That's a great first church.
Well, I'll say this: if it was me, I'm in the martial arts, so I would probably like invite them to my class, just for them to either participate or sit on the side or something like that. And then
She just want to know if they're lame. Hey, nigga, can you fight?
Okay, I don't deal with people who don't know how to hold their own. Okay, but this is just something that I'm into, that I would say, okay, a first date, that's something I'm into, that I would want to see. Well, maybe, are you into it too? But I mean, first dates don't have to be like any particular thing. Like, for instance, if you know that person is I don't know. Okay, there we go. If they're into whatever, you just be creative. Like, what if these were your children? My son loves to code, right? He's really into computers. He writes codes. He's just into colognes. He's into a couple things like that. I know the stuff that he would like to do. You see what I'm saying? So I would think of stuff, if I need to take him someplace, that would interest him. But it's like you have to have the same level of understanding for a new person. So I'm not saying you can't go to a restaurant. You can, because a restaurant is like a neutral ground, right? Everybody loves to eat. But if your issue is like with homie that played the trick on Shorty, If your issue is I don't know if she's here for me or not, and that's where you at on the first date, maybe don't go to a restaurant. Go to some other place where you can sit down and have an actual conversation with someone. Like,
Yeah, I'm different. I think first date should be at the grocery store. Go to the grocery store, buy some food she can cook, get some snacks for her kids.
and go to who house? And go to who house?
She can come. We going to her house. We go
You ain't going to my
get some
house.
snacks. We going to get some of them fruit
You
snacks.
allowed.
We go. I like you. You
to
can
my
say what you
house.
want. I'm just. I get. Listen. You a hard cook to crack. We are a cookie to crack. We talking to other women, right? You go over there. You ever tell how you gonna make her wet? You go get them fruit snacks. You go get them animal crackers. You go get them damn oatmeal pies. And you go get the cereal. See, this is what you do. How many kids you got? You got
trying
3
to
kids. Listen, you got
trying
3
to
kids. Listen, I want to know what's all 3 of your kids' favorite cereal. I'm getting them all. I'll spend $100. We're gonna go back. We're gonna watch some Netflix. You gonna rub on my neck and my head, and we gonna watch a good movie. That's the best date.
With the kids.
Because we gonna your mama coming. I need your mama to be here by 10 o'clock to get them kids so we can
How y'all
finish
supposed
up our
to know
day.
each other? Why would you introduce a guy to your kids and your mother and you don't even know him? Why would they do that?
Because she just had a good feeling about me.
Hold on, y'all. So Mr. Glass says, yeah, nah, I'm cool. That's why they will be forever be single. Who's gonna forever be single? I'm a woman that is in a marriage. Miss O'Shun is in a relationship. Y'all better take the advice that is being given in this broadcast if you want to be able to get the prize.
I bet you. But you just gotta be honest, Raw G. She get more wetter for her kids having an individual box of cereal than that steak and lobster. I don't care what nobody say. I'm telling y'all, I know what I'm talking about. Go get them babies some cereal.
That's a broke person conversation.
Listen,
That's the broke
person
person conversation
And-
right
and
there.
Let's get Omni in. Hi, Omni.
Hold on, before Omni get in, and don't you get the stove brand. Get the one that came with the box. Don't get the bag cereal because that's gonna turn her off the bag cereal. But you get the one in the box. Especially if her kids like them Reese's Puff. He ain't had them Reese's Puff in about 2 years. But you the first.
Ladies, do not be introducing no man you just met to your kids. That's another problem that we got. Stop doing that in 26. In 26, you need to know him at least for 5 to 6 months before you get to introducing him to your children. Maybe your mother and your father, but to your kids, you make sure you wait until y'all are in a solidified situation. Do not do no first dates with no man. You don't know what your girls and your sons. Okay.
If y'all go to church, you go see their kids. See, that's what I'm saying is
Don't
Rob
take them
G
to
said
church.
go to church.
Don't go to church.
If I go to your church, I'm gonna see your kids. So why can I come see your kids? Let's go ahead and get it out
Go to
there.
my church and you gonna know I'm serious. What up, Berniel? How you doing? You gonna know that I got kids, but they ain't gonna know you my boyfriend until we get married. That's it.
Right.
I don't think women should introduce no man into their children unless they are engaged to be married.
And you gotta do it like the South. You gotta first introduce him as the uncle. Man, yeah, this your uncle. This your this how let's tell you how it worked. See, y'all, I know y'all up here lying. Y'all talking about how things supposed to be. You ain't never seen him like, oh, that's his uncle, and then that uncle come and he devolve into her baby daddy in some kind of way. Man, I don't know. Maybe that's just in Georgia. They don't do that up there in Baltimore.
No, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend to you like I haven't
Don't
seen
do that
it.
to Georgia.
But
No, it
I
happens.
know
I'm
that
saying you shouldn't do it.
you shouldn't do it. It's bad
that's a
form.
negative.
They be married for 40 years. Uncle turned to stepdaddy, married for 45 years.
No, don't do that. That happened to me. My father introduced my aunts to me, and I was about 14 when I realized these is his exes. They not my grandmother kids. And then I was hurt behind it. I thought they were my actual aunts.
And you're like, hey, auntie, why ain't seen you over daddy house in a little bit? You don't come see your brother no more?
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Please
see
hit
what
the
I'm-
like button and share the video out. If you guys are catching this on the replay, because I will be clipping this up. Hi, the video. All right, hit the super chat, hit the super things, hit the Cash App, $ Butterfly Progressive. Now I'm gonna give you a 2 cents because either man will come up here and he'll cut all the way up. Please say
Absolutely. Listen, shout out to Eda Man, shout out to everybody in the chat, Raw G, you know what I'm saying, Oshun. Listen, man, y'all gotta stop hating on Cheesecake Factory. Look, listen.
I'm a fan. What?
No, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying the culture. I'm saying the people. Because ever since they came out with that one video clip with the man trying to take old girl to the Cheesecake Factory, now all of a sudden everybody hates Cheesecake Factory.
Yeah,
why is it always booked? And why is if everybody hates Cheesecake Factory, why is it always booked? And why is it always tough to get a reservation? All right, y'all got to stop capping. Y'all got to stop capping on Cheesecake Factory.
Stuff there. I will say that.
Man, listen. You could go there, appetizer, entree, main course. You know what I'm saying? Dessert, and you could walk out with a whole cheesecake out that bitch, like a few drinks. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's no bad restaurant.
Oh my God!
Dude.
Chili crunch, shrimp pasta, avocado tacos, petite filet, crab wontons. Get your life.
Listen, it's no bad restaurants because I done took a girl to a burger truck. You know, the truck on there, you ain't got no place to sit. They had a little picnic bench out there. We sat out there at the picnic bench. Like, I'm just telling you, like, if she like you, you can take her anywhere. Now, I ain't saying that you, and I really think, dudes, like, everybody thought I was crazy. I think, if we being honest, I was playing about the cereal, right? I think the first date should be coffee. I know people don't like it. I know people say, well, I don't drink coffee. Well, get you some damn tea. Listen, the first date should be almost a business interview. And you know what we do business at? At a coffee shop. So it'd be like, hey, I'm not invested financially. You not invested with your coochie. Let's have a conversation. I don't want no waiter coming up. I don't want to get to a point where I finally about to get to know you and somebody coming up interrupting me. No. I want to go to a place that we go up, we get coffee. We got the option to sit there for 2 hours or 15 minutes. And if either one of us choose to end that conversation and leave, neither one of us is too invested. I think we need to go to the coffee house. That's just the first date.
Man, listen, I agree with you that, you know what I'm saying, that'd be an intimate way to get to know people. But I'm so glad that, you know what I'm saying, me and my wife met on public transportation, because you know it gave us so many opportunities that I think everybody missing nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just used to walk up the street, go in and out of boutiques and shit like that. You know
that's what y'all ain't have no Prado. That's
a fact. That's a fact. But
That's so crazy.
But no, he is right. He said because it's no financial investment at that point.
Right.
Y'all got to be like, hey, do we really like each other, or are we just in a situation that? Because like I understand men. Like that's the one thing I want to help people understand. A man who done spent $200-$300, he wants some return on his investment. That's why I encourage dudes not to do that on the first date. And then you set this standard dish. You can't go from Root Chris to cheesecake.
Oh yeah, you can't backslide after. Yeah, no. How you look going to Nobu, and then, you know what I'm saying, second, third date is all you can eat at the Asian buffet. Nah, wait, hold up.
See, that's why you're supposed to go coffee, cheesecake, Root Chris, then take it back to cheesecake to let her know that, hey, we ain't too good for cheesecake. Like, you got double back cheesecake.
Yeah.
No, this is the thing. Somebody that is interested in you, you should be able to go really anywhere. Honestly, the best first date is Barnes and Nobles. Barnes and Nobles, you can get something to drink.
I thought I was muted.
Shut up. They do read, but even if you don't read, Barnes and Noble be having some people in there playing little musical instruments. They got couches there and stuff. You can sit your behind down. You know, they got outdoor seating too. So it's a whole little vibe. And like, and
Listen,
then
Rob
too.
Listen, I used to do business meetings in the Starbucks at Barnes and Noble. Black people do not go to Barnes and Noble.
Well, I'm tired of y'all telling me that I'm not black, because I go to Barnes and Noble.
I didn't say that. You are a black person who chose to go against the grain. You're the only one there. When the last time you seen the do-rag at Barnes and Noble?
You don't have to have no do-rag at Barnes and Noble.
That's the point. Black people don't go.
When was the last time you saw a bonnet bopping up and down the fiction section?
Never. She ain't never seen nobody with no bonnet on. The point I'm telling you, typically black people don't go. And if she seen somebody with a bonnet on, she must was looking in the mirror. Now I'm telling you right now, she ain't seen nobody else with no damn bonnet on.
When was the last time? When was the last time that a space of books was missing a section and you just saw some legs with pajama pants walk on by?
You know what? I hate y'all equally. Why y'all trying to act like that is a representation of black people? Y'all sound just as bad as this girl going on a first date in a sweatshirt in a messy bun. Listen, how many people can start going outside like they give a damn about their life?
Like, why was she going outside, like, and not have any effort about herself? Like, that's what's confusing to me.
So this
he
was
said
a
show
date.
up casual, not show up like you showing up for your living room.
I
mean-
think this is the man fault. I don't care what nobody say. A man's supposed to set the expectation on how he want that woman to dress. Like we just had this conversation with my brother. My brother gave her guidance and direction. You know what he told her? He said, "Hey, I want you to dress up nice because we going somewhere." Like if you say casual, because listen, if I tell a girl, "Hey, just casual, be you," she show up in sweatpants and a messy bun, that's okay because that was the direction I gave her.
I tell you this though, I think old girl was I think she was exaggerating because she ain't never been nowhere for real. So she looked like she feed 3 cats on a regular basis. I don't think she actually because he probably took her to Cheesecake Factory and she thought it was Michelin star some or other. Like that's what I'm thinking. Like she was expecting to go to like a bar or a dive or a hole in the wall, and he took her to an actual restaurant, and the standard is so low in her life that she's probably never been to those. But she looks like the type.
I think somebody could say you can make that assumption, but that's an assumption. I've had somebody who offered to take me to a very upscale restaurant, and I declined because for a first date, I said no. I already know what the prices is looking like in there. That's where you go on your anniversary. That is not where you go when you don't know the person and you trying to feel them out. And I could see, like, for the price, I'm not even gonna let you spend that on me.
That's the conversation. No, hold on. That is the conversation. No, I'm so happy she said it. This is the conversation.
You on that. Yeah.
He probably
Listen,
felt the
hold
same
on.
way about me. He probably felt like she ain't never been nowhere, and that's probably why. No, it ain't that I ain't never been nowhere. Trust me, I grew up eating at fine restaurants. I just now started using coupons because I got kids. But
that's
Go
the
ahead.
conversation. The conversations is if a man tell a woman that he's going to a certain level of restaurant, she should decline to go to nice restaurants on the first date. I actually think that should be the conversation of 2026. If you just met this dude, listen, if you just met this dude and he talking about going to Ruth Chris, no, that is some bad signs. Hey, check this out. Let's go somewhere else that's not so expensive because I'm telling you right now, he ain't taking you to Capitol Grill and he ain't expecting to get no ass. I
That's
know
why I
Rob
wanna
got.
ask.
Yeah, I'm just telling you right now, Rob G, she got these special niggas that's on the side that take her places. But the majority of the dudes, if they take you to a restaurant that's that nice, I'm pretty sure they don't frequent there and they're trying to make a big first impression. Women need to start declining those things and actually doing stuff that maybe she would actually go to. Shout out
Yeah,
to
but
Ocho.
the sisterhood of the traveling coochie understands this because they have developed the term love bombing. So where like everything's all up front but not on the back end. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Right.
yeah. But also I wanted to ask you two ladies, because I hear it often. So do y'all think y'all owe a man something if you let him take you to Ruth Chris and like drop lobster steak and all of that? Like just like break the bank.
I don't owe you anything because we're eating. Like,
Okay.
we're eating.
Well, speak for majority of women. Do you believe when, say for example, if a dudes go out and spend $500-$600, do majority of women feel that they're obligated to give something in return?
First of all, my children don't even feel like they obligated to take my trash out because I spent $500 on the family dinner the other night for Thanksgiving. Like, come on now. Like, what are we talking about here?
No, I just hear that. I hear that a lot in conversations. Is women
I think
say,
women do think that though. Like if we're being honest, if a woman feel like, hey, he done bought me lobster, he done spent steak, he done dropped 200, he done let me drink all night. They do believe that they, especially if they can't hold a conversation, they feel like they should have some type of reciprocity
No.
for that night. But
No.
Rob G disagreed.
No, I'm gonna tell you what it is. What it is a woman wants a man to keep coming back. If she's not used to being treated well, and she's not used to going to those type of restaurants, a woman a lot of time feels the pressure to give a man some coochie so he'll come back again and take her out again and treat her well again. Well, that's why I say the women have the money in your pocket to pay for yourself. Because when you are used to taking yourself nice places, a man can feel however he wants to feel. Did you want that bag? Do you need me to give that to you cash, Zelle, Venmo? Did you need a check? Like, here you go. You can have all that back. But you need someone to keep feeding you a lifestyle. This is the real conversation that we're having.
Right.
Women that are subpar and they need a man to give them a certain lifestyle that they can't afford for themselves, and men that are faking and frauding, presenting as if they can give women this type of lifestyle that they really cannot afford. This is the conundrum.
Yeah, that's a real conundrum right there. Like, you trying to afford some shit that she wanting, she needs some shit that she knows she can't get. That's the real problem right there. But see, this is what we saying in 2026. As ladies, can we just give them good conversation and leave it there? Can you just get your own cash for once? Can you just realize that he will come back and you don't have to give him ass for him to come back? Because if he there with you, it's because he couldn't be there with somebody else. Like, and even if he is, you know how many men need some box that will take you out? You're not stuck with just one person wanting a date. And if you is, you need to work on that. But at the end of the day, you don't owe nobody nothing for some food. Like, we talking about food. Listen. What we talking about? Hamburgers or steak? They coming from the same cow. It's food at the end of the day. The reason why we eating food is because we need something to do while we're getting to know each other that feels good. That's why we eat food for real on dates. That's why when you married for real, you gain a little more weight because y'all eat more food together. Because that's what people like to do when they together. It feels good. But here's the thing: in 2026, with some of the bullshit we done went through, stop eating on dates. Go someplace else, okay? Stop this shit. Just stop. I mean, now you can come back to it, but just stop for like 2026. Like, and let's just give it a rest. Like right now, I'm so needing a rest from politics and like this whole Adolf situation. Like, I need Black people not to be being talked about for, so I can recoup myself. Let's just stop. Like, let's just stop. I'll be honest. Like, in the relationship I'm with right now, our dates have been all over the place in terms of anything. It's not the Black fatigue.
Yeah.
For real.
When resilience becomes
okay, I got that shit. I got that shit. Black fatigue.
The cost of composure.
Okay, I'm tired. And because I'm tired, I'm telling y'all, I know y'all tired. Just stop. And I'm not saying this to benefit men. Not. What I'm saying is women got this weird thing that they do when they try to take their power back, right? I want to take my power back and do something that literally means he's in power. Like, women do this weird thing. And all I'm saying is right now, let's just stop with selling ourselves short. If you don't want to be pressured, don't order nothing that ain't in your pocketbook. If you got a $500 pocketbook and you don't got $500 in it, you got problems. You shouldn't be dating. And I would tell any man, don't date no woman that her base ain't covered because she using you for dough. Period. It is no she not using you for dough and her rent due yesterday. There is none of that. You make sure that her base is covered. I don't care if she here or in Vietnam. Okay? Make sure her base is covered. If her mother don't got enough money to eat If her brother need a green card and he don't got the money, whatever the case, if she don't got no stove and she needs a stove, okay, for you passport bros, she's using you, okay? Period. Women do not be in need and date niggas for their personality. That ain't how we do things, okay? Make sure her 6 is covered. And if that's the case, then you can do stuff like treating her and her kids eat a man, okay?
To a box of cereal. Because if you could treat a woman to a box of cereal, if she cracked them legs open for you, I need you to understand this.
Cereal?
She done cracked them legs open for Negroes giving her a bag of weed. She done cracked them legs open for niggas buying her cut water. She done cracked them legs open for dudes buying her Domino's pizza. Little
Well, but let's talk about this.
Shout out Milwaukee.
This is such an important part because y'all said this and I almost fell out my chair. And I want to talk about it. I want to talk about it because we done glossed over it.
How?
Pussy is trash out there. You take her on a trail walk or hiking. She ain't riding no dick. Listen, let's talk about it. I don't know why y'all talking about doing this physical activities. She tired. Listen, hold on. I want to talk about it for real.
Speak for yourself, sir.
Listen. You take her. Take her to Stone Mountain and make her walk that mountain. I'm telling you right now, she ain't riding no dick. It's gonna be trash. She gonna just be laying there, bro. Don't take her to no physical activity if you plan on doing some physical activity later. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you, like I shout out those dudes on my brain, some sweatpants and this. He was not intentional on having sex. Women, let me tell you this: if he take you on a hike, he ain't trying to get no coochie. I'm telling you right now, he ain't trying to get no coochie.
Speak for yourself, sir. Speak for yourself.
You be doing workouts and then working it out.
Hold on, Omni. Omni.
That jungle coochie is something else. I'll tell you something.
No, so Omni, you telling me you done took a woman on a hike? She hiked the mountain and she came down there and rode some dick.
Let's call it a walk. I don't know if we was like
no. I'm talking about hiking. We ain't talking about y'all going to bodegas and walking because y'all on the bus. I ain't talking about that.
You can't walk in the woods. Just go for a walk in the woods.
I'm talking about a hike. You remember the guy who said that girl who went and she was walking them 3-4 miles? She ain't riding no dick. I mean, you know it. I don't even know why you.
Are we talking about? I'm taking a bag specifically, and we're gone all day, and we going up the path, and I might have to make breakfast on a. Not breakfast, but like make a makeshift meal out of a tin can type deal.
Yeah, and then when you, I'm talking about y'all go on a hike.
We ain't doing that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, don't set yourself up. Take her somewhere to sit down. Let her get her rest. Go sit at a coffee shop. This is what I keep telling people. Let her sit at the coffee shop. Relax. Now, she might got to put some work in a little bit later, and you don't want to.
I'm not playing with y'all.
I mean, a little bit's okay. You know what I'm saying? A little, you know what I'm saying?
Listen.
Nah.
When it's been marinating for a little bit, it's cool. Listen.
And like
in a relationship, you can use those hikes to have very interesting adventures, just like lady. Never mind. But
you talking about first dates, Raw? We ain't talking about after you.
Yeah, don't take a chick to the woods in the first date. It's not gonna go your way. It's not. Don't even. I want to see the approach of that. Hey, darling, look. I was looking at you from a distance, and I like how you look. I just want to take you to the woods.
Listen, these women, Omni, they said they rather be alone.
She gonna be like, "Where's the bear?"
With a bear. I was just about to say that, didn't you, bro? No, you need to go to a place that got multiple people, make her feel comfortable. Because this is the goal of a first date. Just to let y'all know, right? The goal of the first date is to make her feel comfortable enough to share her truth. That's all you want. If you can make her feel comfortable enough where she could share her truth, let you know. Because if you let a woman start talking and she's comfortable, she's gonna tell you exactly what you want to know. Even when I hear people say her representative is there, if her representative there, she's not talking. Listen, I promise you. But
absolutely, yeah.
But once she start talking, she tells the truth. She gonna just naturally want to open up to you, and that's what you need to do, Omni. find somewhere that y'all can talk, that you ain't got no waiter. That's the one thing that I hate. A waiter keep coming. Imagine y'all just getting to a point where y'all about to get a breakthrough to find out who she is. She telling you her
Oh my
childhood story,
God.
and then the waiter come up, all right, y'all want seconds or this, that, and that. No. You seen us looking at each other in our eyes. Why you come over here talking to us?
Every 2.3 minutes, they come over. Everything good? Y'all good? I'm like, yes, my glass is still half full. We good. Like, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man.
That's what they supposed to do. Yes, we still talk about first dates.
I want to talk about this blood type too, because it's a superior blood type. What's your blood type, Robbie? G.
Oh.
Oh yeah, you one of them indigenous of America like me. Oh, you know we run the world. People don't know how special the O bloodline is.
Exactly.
I know Omni how he looking. He was on the bus. He got to be like B or something.
Nah, I'm old.
B for bus.
What does my blood type have to do with public transportation, sir?
I'll just mess with you. No. So it's interesting that I've been looking at this. And I don't know if this is correct, but it says that more certain blood types are more married than others.
Interesting.
What do you mean?
Certain blood types are more married than others.
Oh, I don't know. That's interesting. All
That's
I know is
Go ahead.
I'm O negative, and I can give blood to all you hoes, but all you hoes can't give me no blood.
I thought O negative can receive blood from everybody.
No, we can give blood to everybody. We can only receive blood from O negative people. Because the positive Rh factor will cause our blood to coagulate. We'll die, and we can't take A or B. Hello, Riaz.
You should look it up. Look it up again. Oh, that's Riaz. Look it up again. What?
I had to get a blood transfusion. I can't take blood from any other blood type except for O negative.
So O positive. I thought O positive give to everybody because we can't receive from everybody. Look it up.
O positive can receive, I believe, from everybody. They might be like a universal receiver, but O negative is a universal donor.
Universal donor.
There's nothing in our blood that can cause a problem in anybody's blood.
Yeah, because I remember like when I went to give blood, they said since I was O positive, they wanted my blood.
Yeah, they want their blood because still O in and of itself is the most requested. And if you're O positive, you can still give to people, but you can't give to people that have a negative Rh factor.
So what I'm saying is O positive, if I'm not mistaken, can give to everybody but O negative. O positive can give the A, B, C. Look at that.
Right, but they can't give to A, B negative. You
So
can't
they
give
only
to
can give to the
anybody.
positive people.
Yeah, you can't give to anybody that has a negative
That's
Rh
what-
factor. They would
that's
need
why-
to take that down.
That's why Rob G's so negative, because she O negative. I done figured it out. And the reason I bring so much light and positivity because I'm O positive.
No, I'm actually quite positive because I can save all you fools. I just don't want to. And can't none of y'all save me. Well, maybe Omni. Omni, are you O negative?
Nah.
Yeah, I'm O negative.
Okay, see, Omni can save me. That's why we get along. Omni can save my life in a crisis. Either
Well, I-
man, your blood would kill me.
Well, I could buy you some O negative blood. You're still surviving. I mean, Mike can't give you that, but I buy you some. What's up, Rio?
Yeah, what up?
What's your
I'm
blood
doing
type? B
good.
negative? You look like a B negative.
I'm not sure. I have to go check. I can't remember.
What you guys say
Yeah,
in the
but-
content? Tell us about your last first date.
Yeah.
Well, I've never really dated before, but I can tell you what I experienced though. For me though, I've basically, when I was in the school, I've actually had, girls approach me wanting to date and wanting a relationship, but I was just the one to be honest and said no, because I kind of felt pressure in that situation. It's
Hold on,
not that I didn't.
slow down. You're talking fast. You had guys approach you and try to
No,
date you.
guys, girls. No, bro.
Oh, girls. Oh, I'm
No,
sorry.
sorry.
That's why I slow
Sorry,
you down, man. I had to slow you down. Okay, go ahead. So you had girls
Okay, no.
approach you and wanted to
Yeah,
date you, and was you scared?
No, I was not scared. I was just like, look, I was kind of taken aback though. I was not scared. I was just genuinely surprised. Look, I felt what they felt at the same time. I said no because out of respect, because look, it's a faith-based reason why I stay single until I get married.
What?
Yeah,
What I got to do
basically,
with
I'm
dating?
Muslim. No,
Oh, you
basically,
Muslim.
me as a
Oh,
Muslim, yeah,
and
I'm
Muslim
Muslim,
people
so
don't date. They don't date.
they don't date before marriage. Nowadays they do though. You see Muslims going out to date, but it's a new type of way that they recently did. It's called a halal date. What you do is if you know a girl, find a girl, you take her on a date, but it's more like a courtship way how you used to do it though, a long time ago. Where you take your family and she take her family, they sit on two different tables and you sit and observe. They sit and observe, you both on the date, but you're not allowed to touch. No physical contact, no kissing, no touching, none of that.
So
You're
Rio, hold on,
only
Rio, hold
allowed
on.
to.
Slow down. You talking real fast. I want to have a
Okay,
conversation. So do
sorry.
you want a wife?
Yes.
All right, so you want a wife. What steps are you taking to get closer to finding your wife?
Basically, though, I'm focused on myself, getting myself in order first. And then after that, though, what I want to do, though, is I want to do the arranged way, but I've amended it. What it would be is my parent do the searching, I do the choosing. I give the details, basically. I explain the details of what I want in a wife. My parents do the searching on my behalf. And basically, I get to know the person, knowing their family, and if I want to choose them, I can choose them. If I don't, I don't. The
All right,
other way,
cool. Is your parents on board for this?
yes, I tell
Okay,
them
so
all the time.
I got you. So how old are you?
24.
And how many more years you feel like you need to get yourself together before you can start this process?
I want to marry at 25, but if
So
I'd
next
say
year.
20, yeah, next year, or I could do it by 29 though. So I'd say
So
25 or 29. It's an in between thing. So if I do it by 25, that's the main target.
I got you. So you already are. Do you already have like a job and can support a woman?
Basically, what I can tell you what I'm doing now. What I'm doing now is a work-based. No, so basically, it's a life skills course for 2 to 3 years, and it's in a community-based charity. They just help me with simple life skills and everything, and they're training me for 2 to 3 years, right? And after that, I can get a job. So
All
basically,
right, perfect.
I've
That's
already
perfect.
got foundations and
That's
everything.
great. That's great. I got the foundation of who you is. What you think about dating now in the topic?
Dating nowadays, though, basically you have to be careful, though. Like basically, like look, of course, though, I believe though, like what you put out is what you get back. It's a conscious, subconscious type energy type. It basically, I see it in a spiritual way, but then it's also this though as well. Nowadays, though, you have to take more than a lot of text, though, and I'm gonna say that with respect, though. Nowadays, though, man, you have to like literally do a lot of text, though, because literally you have to do a background check, and you have to do a lot of text
Oh,
basically.
shoot.
And
I told you I want to see your credit. I want to see your background. Oh, shoot. I need to see what properties in your name. See, Rio put me on game. See, that's the problem. We out here eating steak and they ain't checking your background. Go ahead,
no,
Rio. Let Rio finish. Go ahead, Rio.
yeah,
Yeah, if
no,
you got a
so
450 credit score, you don't deserve.
no,
It
but
Just want to get
depends.
that's
that.
what this does. Well, if you want to
It
get to
depends
know,
on
so
what your phone.
basically, but why you? No, but of course, though, look, if you want to get to know each other, you can ease it in, though, why you get to know each other on a date type thing. If you're doing what you're doing, no, like how you want to do it, basically, you can ease it in and stuff like that. Because you can't push that on someone too quick. Gotta basically ease it in, though. So basically, though, but that's
But
just
you
what
don't believe in dating. See, this is what I'm trying
I
to
don't
understand.
I don't
If
believe no look bro look let me actually think though, and I can tell you what I'm actually trying to say though, man. I don't believe in dating, but I'm saying though,
But you giving
for
dating
you though,
advice. No. Listen, I just want you to understand
I've
what I'm saying.
observed.
If I came up here and said, "El Shun, I don't believe in dating, but this is how you should date," it just sound kind of counterproductive. Do you agree?
Kinda.
I think. Well, okay. Let me say something. Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Riaz sounds like Riaz. Are you here in the United States or are you abroad?
No, I'm in the UK.
You're in the UK. Okay. You have a slight accent. Okay.
Yeah,
So
so basically.
So here's the thing: when it comes to Islamic culture, that's something very different. When it comes to mating selection, um, they're not dating for the same reasons most people in other cultures are dating. However, I have been seeing some shifts in the last 10 to 20 years within the Islamic culture as far as dating is concerned. And you're right, there is this new kind of halal dating where it's more like a family get together between two people, and like they might go out to a park, and there's conversations and everyone's involved, and that seems innocent enough. But I've seen other types that don't involve family and stuff like that, just regular, people
Okay.
having a date and stuff. However, I think at your age and given where you are in your career, I wouldn't. If you were my son, and I have a son I have a daughter a little older than you, and a son about your age, I wouldn't suggest that you focus on marriage at this point. And I wouldn't even think your family would want to pair you up with somebody else's daughter and them have to deal with her family, because you're not in a position to pay a bride price or a dowry. So right now it's good for you to kind of like follow the conversation about relationships. But when it comes to you putting that like into works for yourself right now, as somebody who's old enough to be your mother, I wouldn't urge you to do that at this stage in your life, not age, but this stage. This is the time for you to get solidified without distraction. And the more distractions, and women, it requires a lot of attention. We just do. So at your age, I think that might be why either man asked you, well, can you support a family? And when you didn't automatically say yes, that meant that, okay, you're under 30, so we see you as, let's say, you're a junior because you're still coming up. That's a question that it's like a woman. Are you submissive? The answer is yes or no. If you have anything else to say in there, we know the answer is no. And so, but there's no excuses either. Whereas a man, you have the excuse that, hey, I'm working on it, and that's legitimate. A woman don't have the excuse of working on submission. So right now, this is the time for you to build. And for me, you're at a good age to be building like that, to be in programs and getting your life together. You're around college age, so that makes sense. But let's say if you were 37 and you made that statement, I wouldn't say anything to you. You just couldn't ever take me on a date. But because of your age, you're at the right stage to be doing what you're doing. However, don't get distracted by relationships and dating or anything else until you're at a place where you're solidified within your own financial circumstance.
Thanks. And yes, I'm on my Izzy Bear and shit. Shout out to Izzy Bear.
Okay, I get you on that though as well. I do have stuff set up though, but at the same time, I see where you're getting at as well. So
So
pretty
what
much,
do
I
you
have
got
to
set
actually
up?
build my own experience though too. Though, with the way you explained this, but just basically building my own experience, the work-based experience, those supporting things. So yeah, I get you on that.
So what do you have set up?
So basically, though, I'm already financially stable because my family got
What's
me
the
set
echo
up
about?
though. Wait, so who got the echo?
You, Riaz, but go ahead. You good now.
Okay, cool.
It sounds
All
like
right,
your
now I can say.
family is set up.
Okay.
It sounds like your family is set up, not you.
No, I mean all together though. I've already got stuff set up and stuff like that. And also though, I'm doing my own creating thing on this as well. So I got social. So I'm doing the YouTube and the TikTok thing, which I'm monetized over there. And then also though, I'm doing the work-based course, the thing I just told, right? So I'm doing that, but then also I'm doing the content creating thing as well. So I've already got stuff set up. It's just that basically I'm just trying to focus on the course that I'm doing now. Then after that though, I can get a job. So I can do that for like 2 to 3 years. Third year is a choice actually. If a third year is
No, but
required, I
Rio,
can
hold
go
on.
for it.
The point that we're trying to say is you having a YouTube page doesn't mean that you have stuff set up.
Not yet though.
No, that's what I'm saying is, so instead of like, if I was in your situation, I would have said, Miss Oshun, first of all, you lied to me talking about you could be my mama. You can't be my mama. You ain't that old. You too cute to be that old. And the
First
second
off,
thing I
I
would
have
have told, hold
children
on,
older
wait,
than him.
wait.
Okay.
And the second thing I would have told her is, you're right. I just got to keep on the grind. Sometimes we feel like we have to rebut what people are saying when it's true. And sometimes you
No,
got to just say,
I never
hey,
denied it. I never denied it. I said, of course, I gotta work towards it. I'm saying I'm
but you
hoping.
don't
So
have, that's what I'm
basically,
saying. Honestly, brother, you don't have anything set up. Now you might have
not
you
yet
might be in
though.
a process of doing it, but you don't.
I'm in the process though. I'll admit that. I'm just trying to explain this though. Basically, I'm not gonna deny what you're saying. Of course, I have to. I'm in the process to build that though, and yes, you're kind of right. Though. I do have to focus on getting to that career stage though. So yes, I'm just when I say I hope to, so this is basically though. I'm just it's wishful thinking, but at the same time though, if it's not in the cards for me yet though, I understand though. That's just how it is.
Riaz, I think you have a few more years of grace period to do what you're doing and add on to what you're doing and make mistakes and come back. However, I think it goes for everyone. You do have time, but you don't have forever. And somewhere
No, I
around
know.
is where it starts to become like a do you have it or don't you have it, because after that life gets real hard. And I don't know how it is in Europe. I know how it is here in the United States, and I make
Kind
six
of
figures,
similar, actually.
and
Okay,
I'm grinding right
ooh,
now.
okay.
I am
Sorry,
grinding.
I'll answer your question. Sorry, I'll answer your question. Over here, it's kind of similar, though. It's just basically the way I'm speaking. It's just based on the experience that I was raised. So people here where I'm from, though, is doing the same things over there. To be honest, though, it's kind of
No,
similar. Though.
it's not
It
true.
just no,
No,
it's actually I'm in the UK though.
I'm telling you, in UK, if I was to take my brother that's 25 and compare him to him, you're light years behind him. You're behind. See, I get what
No,
Miss Shun was saying, that you got time. At 25, based off the information you gave us, you're behind. This is usually when people are finishing college at 25. They're starting their career at 25. I'm just telling you, from one man to another, you are behind in life based on where you're currently at.
okay, I admit that though. Basically, I already finished college already. Though. I already finished college after 5 years. I went to college for 5 years. I'm recently done with it.
Yeah,
Okay,
But
so
okay,
I assume that he's finished college and he's going into other programs that's on top of college. That's why I said this
you
is
need a job.
the time.
I
Well,
I get I get I get y'all.
he might not be finished. He might not be finished college because he might have more stuff to do. But this is the time for him to do that.
He need a job. Listen,
yeah,
I
okay,
get
I'm
you
on
what
the
you saying, man.
spectrum.
That man need a job. Listen, I know it sound harsh.
But
If he done did 5 years of
either
college, he need a
man
job.
in their culture, they take care of their own up until about 40. So they not like us at 18. You need to be a man. They not like us. So don't hold them to our standards.
But
Okay.
no, I can hold him to his standards because he said that UK was equivalent to America. He said that out of his mouth. Now, if he was talking about UK
Yeah, but
standards,
that's other people in the UK. But basically, the way I'm speaking is I'm speaking from my own cultural experience that I was raised in my home. Now, basically, the values that I keep in my home. Now, other people in the UK, yeah, pretty much you can speak,
I
you
got
can
you, bro.
hold
Let me
them
ask
to
you this
that.
question. I got you. I got you. When you look at your peers, if you go to your local mosque or you go to the other dudes that's your age, 25, are all of you guys around this at the same points in life?
They're probably different. Some people actually started working before me. I'm just different though, because I'm on this.
Okay,
I'm
so
not
listen,
looking.
I mentor young men, and I'm telling you, you're behind. I don't care if it's UK, I don't care if you're a Muslim, you are behind in life at 25 based off the information that you gave us. And it's just the truth. It just
Okay.
means that you got to run a little bit faster. That's I'm not saying that you out the game. I'm just saying, hey, I don't want you to think you off on track. You're behind, and I need you to pick up the speed. That's all I'm saying.
Either man, I think what you might be drawing on is the fact that he said by next year he want to be married, and adding marriage to it. Yeah, that he is behind if he's about to add marriage and a kid or whatever to his current circumstances. But if he just wants to stay single, he like I said, he don't got forever. He got a few years to make some mistakes and hone down on where he want his life, the direction he want his life to go in.
No, that's the point.
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. So, what is this all about? MF judging people? What? Are we judging people or are we having a conversation? See, the thing that makes your comment hilarious when hilarity ensued is that you came into the chat judging people instead of sitting in the clouds for a while, ascertaining what the conversation was about, and then making a comment. So is that about judging people? I'm just saying real quick. Continue, everyone.
And Miss Ocean, hold on. You gotta understand. I didn't just jump with this assessment from not having it. I asked him very qualifying questions. This man told me in 2027, in 5 days, he's looking for a wife. That's what made me come to the session. And 360, you're behind if you're looking to get married within the next year. And I know he gave us a buffer based on all of the information he's behind. If he said, man, I'm not looking to get married to 35, 40 like these other dudes out here, I got time, I would say, you got time, brother, go get it figured out. But based on his life goals, I'm telling him he's behind.
No, I get you. And that's why I said when he asked you questions, yes or no questions, that if you're saying you're about to essentially provide for a family, you should be able to say yes to certain questions. And if you can't, that just means that you're not ready. And that's okay because you're still young. Nobody's expecting you to have it all together at 24, 25, even 26. Not in today's time when it takes 3 to 5 different incomes to, buy McDonald's.
First of all, y'all leave Riaz alone. Riaz is a trust fund baby. Riaz trust fund is about to cash in when he turned 25. That's why he ready for his wife next year. Riaz about to be paid.
What? You know what? Okay, Ross. You just say he about to be paid off the trust fund. You leave me alone.
And also, very much, I'm a spectrum child. It's not an excuse. I'm capable of almost anything. It's just I get you on the, based on the question you guys asked me, though, it's an interesting point. I see where you're coming from. That's what I'm hoping for. But at the same time, though, I understand where you're coming from, too. If it happens, then yes. If it doesn't happen, then I understand, no. And if it's like if I hit by 29 or if I hit by 30 or whatever, and if I got married by that time, though, then it's understandable. I get you on that, though. It's just that basically, I like to basically plan my future, though, and it can go accordingly if I actually let it happen or no. It's up to me to actually to do that. But I understand, where you're coming from when you explained everything like that.
Yeah, I think tonight was about us referring to what we're tired of in this year and what we would like to see going into the next year in terms of some of the stupid complaints about men, women, dating politics, and race relations. This is what that's about. So I think it's a bit of a sidetrack to get on you, Riaz, but I appreciate you being honest, and I think it's good that you're honest that at this age, this is where you're at. And, even though you're paying attention to these conversations, you know what you want, but you're open to exploring what you might need in this moment. And I'm not from your culture, so I can't speak to the expectations there. But I know here in America, we down bad. You could be making 6 figures and still be needing food stamps. Like we down bad out here.
That makes sense, though. I understand, though. Just basically, though, the reason, though, as well, though, because I'm also realistic, though, in the goals to achieve it as well. Yes, it's nice to dream and have goals and all of that, but I have to be very realistic in the methods to achieve it. It's not that I don't have faith in me. I've got faith in me, but at the same time, I have to be realistic in the way to achieve it, or otherwise I'll just stay that way forever. Because that's what I'm starting to realize at my age, though, as well. So basically, when you explain that as well, and that's to explore as well, because I also know that when it comes to my life, though, as well, not everything will go according to plan, though. And it's nice to plan it, but then at the same time, though, it's also nice to let things happen too. And I have to do the work in order to do that too. But yeah. That's just what I get you on that when you explained it. So yeah, kind of giving me a possibility to think about. Cause yes, I'm young though, and I got time to think about it. But yes, you're also right. I don't have forever to think. I don't have forever to do that too. So you have a point.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
right now in next year, even if you get a date, try not to go to a restaurant so we can avoid all of these issues like either man has put forth. Let's just stop doing dinner dates. How about that?
Yes. Now, y'all, we have had a whole big segment on the dating. I think we're gonna save that other video, Lola, for the top of the year.
Yeah.
Not either man just clicked off.
Well, okay.
Is he
I get him.
Friaz, go ahead and give your final thoughts, love.
Okay, my final thought is that this is a good stream. You guys gave good information and it was interesting as well, though. I was listening and everything like that. And to everyone else, please leave a like, a comment, share, connect to the host mostly and connect to everybody in the chat panel who's a creator. Support us though. And yeah, basically that's that though. Peace.
Peace out, Riaz. Thank you for joining, sweetheart.
Thanks, Riaz.
Omni, what's your final thoughts?
Quit hating on Cheesecake Factory.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, it's serious business. It's serious business. You know what I'm saying? Cheesecake Factory of all things y'all gonna hate on. So many other restaurants deserving of hate. But we go.
Hey, no, I'm not even, you know what? I'm not even mad at that because I really like Cheesecake Factory. I was very much offended by that shit. I was like,
I swear to God, the first thing in my mind was like, oh, so Cheesecake Factory, I'm out of touch. I can't never not be married if Cheesecake Factory is out. If Cheesecake Factory is out, I'm out the game.
Well, you need to drop some names on where we need to hate on and shit. Yeah.
Tumbleweed.
Where?
Hate on Tumbleweed, McDonald's, Jack in the Box. What else? Dairy Queen. Dairy Queen got Dairy Queen.
see, I only had to go. Dairy Queen, first of all, Dairy Queen
Nah.
good.
Now the ice cream, yeah, but if you get anything else from Dairy Queen,
Okay.
yeah. I don't know what kind of low grade bread they use for their burgers, but that shit is next to styrofoam.
First of all, the cheese curds is good. The burger is good, but don't get, don't do too much. Don't do too much. Just get the little flame grill. You say real quick.
And Wendy's has gone down. I don't know about this red Wendy's era. I remember yellow Wendy's. Yellow Wendy's. When I wanted to feel like a big kid and feel like an adult, I would tell my people to take me to Wendy's and get a big bacon classic combo and a Biggie fry. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they don't know about Biggie fries.
I remember when Wendy's sold chicken, so I don't understand why they stopped selling chicken.
Because the Baconator, because we're in America and bacon.
Oh my God.
They pile so much bacon on the sandwich now. I want to know whose idea it was.
I like their frosties, and I'll get the other stuff if it's the only thing around, I will get it. Other than that, I gotta eat healthy.
No, because when the Baconator first came out, it was good, but the quality of the Baconator even went down.
Man,
I used to love the chicken nuggets.
Restaurants though that we need to hate on. I mean,
any Mexican restaurant?
No, not south of the border. They was really good. It was really good. I can't think of one right now that we need to hate on.
IHOP.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, IHOP. Yeah. No.
They need to come better with the breakfast.
What?
Like, come on now. What is he doing?
IHOP used to be booked round the clock. You needed a reservation. We only got one out here, and you needed a reservation. Now nobody gives a damn about IHOP.
IHOP.
Nobody.
Hell.
Like,
I want to eat there.
like people would rather go to Waffle House nowadays than
I
IHOP.
would rather go to Waffle House than
crazy.
I'd rather potentially get into a fight than eat at IHOP.
That's
I never eat Waffle House. Let's stop the hype on Waffle House. Waffle House I had Waffle House one time at band camp, and that waffle tasted like cardboard. I don't know what that was. I couldn't eat that.
Oh, you gotta get the chocolate
never
chip
had
one.
waffles from Waffle House. I never had that, but for the rest of it, like I had it. It was all right.
You gotta get the trick is you gotta get waffles with something in them, and it won't taste like that. So you need to get the chocolate chip waffle.
Nah, like my thing is, if you the Waffle House, every single waffle that you put out
need to taste good.
Taste good, yes. But thank you for joining us, Ani. We always appreciate you.
Absolutely, likewise. Merry Christmas, y'all.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Okay.
Oh my God. Listen, how about we just hate on all the restaurants that smell like bleach every time they wash their floors? How about that? How about that? Okay, you know who you are. You know who you are.
All the restaurants need to smell like bleach. That's how you kill the germs. Like,
no, not bleach. If it smell like if it's clean with bleach is one thing. If it smell like grandma's house with bleach and pine sol literally mixed together, like at a professional restaurant. When I go to Fogo de Chao, it does not smell like bleach in there while I'm sitting at the table. It doesn't, but it is very clean out here. So
yeah, Fogo de Chao is never gonna get canceled. Shout out to the Churrasco. Listen, anyway. I love food. I love food, but yeah, we gotta start going outside. Everybody too obese. And I don't know. Ooh,
nah, we outside for real. So we not really on dates. We outside. But I'll give my final thought. When me and Raw get up here, we don't get up here because we just like showing our faces, like, and talking about people. That's not just why we get up here. When we do get up here, we do try to make this entertaining, but also relevant. Like, and it is relevant that people continue to keep putting themselves in these ruts that are easily fixed, but they just don't feel they have permission to do so. And I think making good things popular is the way back to making America great. Not that it ever was, but making it great today. We got to get back to some basics, but we have to make doing good things popular. So let's make going out on real dates popular. Stop going to dinner. Let's cut all the crap. Forget the money, forget the food, forget the tipping, forget the dressing up for the nice restaurants. Stop doing all of it. Go anywhere but to a restaurant, okay? And not to your house to cook, okay? For you people with the big back syndrome like me. Don't do that. I can do that because me and Dude been together over 2 years. So I can do that. But y'all can't, okay? Y'all just getting to know each other. Do something fun, okay? Go outside, touch the sky, the grass. You do whatever you need to do. But don't be at these restaurants trying to prove that you're rich. You're not rich. Okay, you're not. And if you can't talk to somebody and understand who they are without being in a restaurant, you know what kind of problem you have. Like, because most people, when you start dating for real, you ain't going to spend most of your time at a restaurant. If she asks you to go out to the restaurant once a week, you're going to have a problem with that when you 1, 2, 3 years in, period. So don't start that shit because it ain't about to be that shit. And as far as ladies are concerned, if you get tired of being used, stop setting yourself up to be used. It's very simple, but you have to be okay with that. Like Ross said, if you want him to come back, you're going to have a really good personality if he's really what you want. But if he dared to just use you, look out for that too. So, you know what I mean? I'm okay with making it good, making it popular to say, you know what? No, I didn't go out on a dinner date. No, we haven't had sex yet. No, I ain't about to put it down on him no time soon until I'm serious, until we serious. And no, it ain't about trying to be the Virgin Mary all over again. It's just about not trying to get caught up in some of the dumb shit that people get caught up in. And I don't want you to be my age to realizing that when right now I'm speaking to people as young as Riaz. Don't wait till you 40-something years old to realize that you don't have the rest of your life to fuck off. You have to get solidified right now, like, period, so that the rest of your life won't be a shit show. Don't do that. Okay, like my generation, we kind of halfway skirted up in here. Your generation is starting out at the bottom. My mother and father generation started out at the top. They came in the world when black people had all the wealth. Now I don't know what happened. So y'all gotta think with your big heads. And I can't give too much advice to the men folk, but I will tell you this: if y'all keep muddying the water and then complaining, take your ass to Vietnam and get you one of those good looking girls, okay? And stay your ass over there, okay? That's what you need to do. But other than that, I got love for you, player. I hope it work out. Lady boy or not, I hope it work out. But that's all I can.
Stop calling people lady boys. Listen. Listen. This is one of the last lives of the year. It might be the last live of the year. I don't know. I might do just a regular Mind Chaos for the one time. But here's the thing. A lot of y'all be on social media and y'all be talking real crazy. Yes, I put my sunglasses on. My lighting was giving me a migraine, so I needed to put my sunglasses on. Sorry, it's always bright and it's always sunny in Philadelphia. But at the end of the day, like, y'all take advice from people that have shown you no progress.
None.
They've shown you no growth, yet you listen to them every day. And you're just in the room because you want to be counted and you want to be part of the number. So I'm going to turn the question back to the audience for 2026. Are you looking for solutions? Are you seeking answers? Or are you just trying to be counted and seen in the popular crowd? Jesus said the road to salvation is thin and very hard to travel. So you go into the places that the roads that are wide and full of asses. Like, what we doing for real? Social media has a lot of people tripping, and not in a good way. Super chats and cash apps are amazing, but this should not be the cornerstone to how you are surviving in the world, right? It's awesome to get support from your community. That's cool. But don't let people manipulate you into having an emotional response and then digging in your pockets to give them money because they are validating you. That's called gaslighting. A lot of people really need to spend a little less time on social media and a little more time on the therapist's couch or on telehealth or something. Y'all need to start talking to people that can really help you with your problems. It's not a dating issue. It's not a standard issue. It's not somebody has a whole bunch of bodies or somebody doesn't have a whole bunch of bodies. It's not somebody has a whole bunch of kids or somebody doesn't have any kids at all. It's simply that y'all are not mentally as well as you need to be in order to have a happy and productive lifestyle. And the reality is everybody on the face of the planet needs a little bit of help and needs a little bit of therapy. But we thank you for joining Mind Chaos Brew. And again, if this is where you want to be, this is where you will be. Hit the like button, subscribe, share it out. And we'll see you in 2026. Gotta go. Peace out, Craig. Bye.
Bro G. Stand tall, can't break me. No, don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me. Bad black queen, whole world gon' see. Yeah, don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me. Diamonds on my wrist, mine sharper than a key. Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me. Step in the room, all eyes on shit. Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me.
Look, I'm the headline, you a footnote, baby. I write the rules, you just quote them maybe. They throw dirt, but I bloom like daisies. Pressure make a queen, can't faze me. Walk in, shut it down. Bossy with a grin.